Hello. I am sorry for the earlier Link jump scare. I apologize. Good old Horace was walking past and I thought I'd let someone listen to what Link had to say. You know, I thought the boy has a lot on his mind, so someone should hear it, and it's usually only me. I'm sure he'll appreciate a wider audience. I don't know if he did, but it's the thought that counts, you know? Your account did not enjoy it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but like I said, you should have known better. You should have known better. You know what happens around here. If you were in front of Jesus, you'd be bleeding. It's a little bit your fault for having a cat on your lap. Let's be real. Let's not kid ourselves here. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi Lanfer. Hi Sandman. Hi Petey. I'm sorry your vacuum died.
Hello, friend.
Have you considered not having a wireless? Have you considered not having a wireless vacuum? T-Bear! Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 18 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi South, hi Ben. Hi F and Blue, hi Remy. Hi Sheep, thank you for the big emotes. Thank you, thank you. Hi Benran, hi Alex. Hi Mikachu. Hi T-Bear, hi Maji. Hello, hello. Could you stop almost vomiting into the mic? I've never done that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello! That is LaFay. Yeah, you're mixing up me and LaFay. Hey, Bukovich. Hello, hello. And I think that one of us should be offended by that. Not sure who. Not sure which one of us is the one who should be offended by that. We're gonna carry on with Hildibrand today. Because I didn't beat it yesterday. Apparently, I think I beat 6 of the 10 quests in the quest line. So I underestimated. I made an underestimation of how long this quest line actually is. So we're just over halfway, yes. How many stalls did I collect? I currently have 5. I currently have 5 stalls in my inventory. None by choice. Not one of them by choice, actually. So I don't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with that. But what I did do is I completed the Allied Society shared quest, which means officially rank 8 with every single Realm Reborn society. So that's pretty cool. He's like just on the verge of barking. Nerd? You're calling me a nerd? You? You calling me a nerd? How dare you? Glass houses. How many games have I beaten? I don't know. Do you keep track of every game that you beat? 'Cause, like, I don't. Okay. Ow. Don't agree with him. So he bit me pretty hard. He bit me pretty fucking hard. This morning you quickly checked yesterday's VOD, dropped into it randomly, and chat was full of "that's one for later." Yeah, they say that every time I say something questionable. You can narrow it down to less than 20 games. Okay, but Seabear, you say you've beaten less than 20 games. How many hours have you played World of Warcraft? Come on. Come on. How many hours? You have to log in to check. Mm-hmm. I'll wait. That's okay. I'll wait. I'll wait. It's okay. I'm patient. Hi, Holte. Link, vännen min. Ge dig. Du. Shh. Not enough is the right answer. But he's giving me shit about being a nerd because I play more games than him. But you just wait until you hear how many hours he's played World of Warcraft. It's true, you are one. You can't just say that. You can't. You can't just say that. Hey, Norik! Have you tried just telling him to go somewhere else? Link? Link? Go somewhere else. Leave, into the bedroom. Go! Leave! Didn't work. Number 1, how dare you? Didn't work.
Bork, bork, bork.
Thank
Twiggy
you,
long,
Remy.
Twiggy long, twiggy long.
Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. You have 195 days.
Hello, friend.
That's
Twiggy bar.
That's 4,680 hours, by the way. Just for reference, just so that y'all know. Saria, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the 48 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very kind. How many days do I have in Final Fantasy? Playtime. 50. But here's the difference. Here's the difference. In that short time, in like 2 years? Here's the difference. I play this game for a job. This is my job. So you have 68 days in a classic. So you have a total of 263 days. 263. So that's 6,300 hours. I rest my case. I rest my case. Nerd. Nerd. Hi, check him. A job disguised as a game, yeah. I don't poop on nerds. I do other things. I don't poop on nerds. I stand by what I said. I stand by that. I didn't say anything inaccurate in that clip. Thank you, Lanford. Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. You almost 160 days in PUBG? That's worse. That's worse. You got 180 days in PoE. That's just on Steam and it is an MMO. I don't understand. As someone who doesn't like fully get the appeal. As someone who doesn't fully get the appeal of that genre of games to begin with. I don't get it. You streamed this for 430 hours, yes. So the other 32 days of playtime over 2 years off stream isn't that bad. It's not that bad and you know it. That's not that bad and you know it. Maji, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting out a sub to Remy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you add together League of Legends, Heroes of the Storm, World of Warcraft, and StarCraft 2, how many hours you got? Yeah, so the thing about you, T-Bear, is that you might not play as many games as I do, but you play them so much more. You got 2,300 hours of CSGO on this account, you don't account for 1,300 hours that got banned. You sound like my ex. Although, I think that he had significantly more in CSGO. I think he had close to 10k I was gonna check, but I do not in any way remember what his current Steam name is. So I cannot... I can't check. I don't know what his Steam name is. What how many hours you had in total from CS 1.3 to CSGO? Probably a lot. Probably a lot. I feel like people who play CS just play it a lot. In the past year of work, you spent 9.8 weeks on Discord? Okay. That's so much. You have playtime for your work laptop. Well, of course you do. Well, naturally. Well, naturally. Hi, Stinus! You have 400 days of playtime on your main character. That's a lot of AFKing and all. That's the thing with me too, though. Like, a lot of my hours in Final Fantasy as well is AFK time. I'll, like go out, walking Link, or like, well, I'm getting dinner, or like stuff like that. A lot of those hours are AFK. Hi, Celeborn. Hello, hello. Hello, hi, Matt. Good evening. While you cooking or reading? Yeah, so like I haven't actively played for all of those hours. You think the stats are skewed because the laptop never gets shut down. You often have a Discord window for you on all these photos. That makes sense. That makes sense. 410 days. Oh, Jesus Christ. And you guys call me nerds? Just waiting for S ranks? I'm gonna be completely honest. I know someone else whose like main thing in Final Fantasy is hunting, and I don't know that I fully get the appeal. I don't know that I fully... Like, if you found the thing that you love doing in the game, that's awesome. I'm very happy for you. I don't know that I fully get the appeal of hunting as your main thing. But, like, awesome. Do your thing. Hi, Boo. The strings you drank are evidence. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a place nearby that had like boba tea. I don't have that. I know that there's one place that sells boba tea, but they're a sushi place. I know that there's like a sushi place that also sells boba tea. I haven't been there yet. I haven't tried it. But what I miss, I'm not like a huge fan of the tapioca balls. The tapioca balls bubble tea is not like my favorite, but I like the fruit ones. The ones that explode in your mouth. Those are really good. I want the balls that burst in my mouth, yes. Those are my preferred balls. Yes. You're not a raider, so you need something else to sink into. Oh, hunch, that looks okay. Sure. That's fair, and if you have fun with it, then that's awesome. You got the tapioca balls, that was horrible. You really did not like them. You really didn't like the tapioca balls. I think that they're okay. Like, I'll drink it. I'll drink it, and I'll eat the balls, but I definitely prefer the explodey balls instead. I like it when they burst and explode in my mouth. Yeah. That's what I prefer. What the shit is this? What did you just bring me back? What is that? Class 24. It has 24 legs and 20 spines? Which in this context means it's rather full of itself. What? I don't understand. I don't understand what that was. Alright, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to me. Does it sell for anything? Not really. Not really. Alright. I have not tried stepping on them. No, I feel like that would be a waste. I feel like that would be a really big waste. Got the boba with the matcha green tea. You know, the biggest New York, so you should love them. I like the fruity ones. I really do. I like the fruity tea and I like the fruity balls. What kind of boba tea do they have here, though? I haven't actually checked that. Boba. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know what flavors they have here. Online order. Yeah, this is the sushi place. Drinks. Drinks? Hello? I can't order it online? What do you mean? What? I can't order the boba tea online, so therefore I can't even see it on the menu? Alright. If I go on their, like, ad pages, though, it only shows... tapioca balls. I don't want the tapioca. I once had one that had, like, jelly in it. Instead of balls, it just had jelly. And I found that really icky. I didn't like that at all. They have mango strawberry. That's with the jelly! I don't want the jelly. I want the balls. We have a mango strawberry and a mango. I love a mango. Maybe I have to go there. Maybe I should just go there and see. Maybe I should do that. Oh, fuck me, they're expensive. They're like $6 for one drink. That's a lot for one drink. That's a lot. That's a lot for a singular drink. Oh well. That's about what it was at Guncha. And you bought 6? You almost did something really funny, stupid earlier. Did you really? What's okay if I ordered a cup of tea because I figured I might as well get a fancy cup of tea? It was a tea bag? You had to steep yourself. That's really sad. I'd be so disappointed. You found an almost new use gaming monitor, 24-inch, 80p, 165 Hz for 700 and you consider buying it? Jesus Christ. What if I hadn't been home? What if... What if I hadn't been home? Also, the monitor has been fine today. That's the confusing thing, is that it's been perfectly fine today. It was just yesterday and the day before that it had issues. I'm glad you didn't buy it. I'm glad you didn't. Good to talk about replacing screen. This blinking hair will start behaving. That's 100% how they work. Yes. 100%. That is close to me too. That is like... I could walk there and, and pick it up. Sorry, I accidentally almost swallowed wrong. But then I fixed it. Anyway, we have more things to do today. Spoiler time starts now. For those of you who do not want spoiler time. Today, we start spoiler time now! I just gotta go sell some stuff. I guess I'm keeping the stalls. I guess I'm keeping these. I'm gonna put some of them in on my island. I think that they're unironically gonna look pretty nice on my island. Like, imagine a little bookseller stall, like, by the tree house. Imagine a little book stall by the tree house, and then maybe I can put in like a bench or something. That sounds very cute. That sounds very cute. I like that. The butcher stall by the farm might be a little bit too morbid. That might be slightly too morbid. But I'll think of something. I'll think of something. You've done everything in Dawn Trail? Jesus. You've been fast. I mean, I guess it has been out for like, what, 20 days now? Still though, I think that that's pretty fast. This can be our spoiler ledge for today. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too short. It's too short. Got a friend out, it's just with a friend. Every time she starts to shout to you, it would suddenly be flawless. That's what happens. That's how it works. Every time he watches you want to go back to WoW, you can't go back to WoW, stupid adult life. What if you go to Final Fantasy XIV instead? Because there is no FOMO in this game, because it doesn't matter if you don't play every day. You're not gonna miss out on anything. What if you do that? You can have no time and no fun. You think that this game is fun. You just can't play video games. That's a you problem. Oh my god. I almost wore my My Chemical Romance t-shirt today. Do you think that's D, Gerard Way? Do you think that that's actually... Do you think that he started playing this game and named his character himself? Ask. I considered it. Who else would dare use the name? Are you actually Gerard Way? I'm a big... No, that's too far. Too much cringe. Yeah. Gerard Way is the lead singer of My Chemical Romance and the creator of Umbrella Academy. It surprises a lot of people that he did both, but he did both. Anyone that survives the Realm Reborn becomes a salesman for the game. I was paid to be a salesman for the game before I finished the Realm Reborn, and now I'm doing it for free. It's interesting to see your inner workings of your mind when you're flirting. As if I would ever flirt with a celebrity. I have some pride. I have a little bit of pride left. This comic sold well at the shop you worked at? I bet.
Poop.
Thank you, Sandman. Thank you for the bits. He's not answering. Do you think he's AFK? I think he's AFK. I am a celebrity? I don't think that that's true. Although, I did go to a convention once and someone did recognize me and ask for a selfie that they could send to their husband because their husband was the one who watched me. So that's the thing that happened. He's busy singing with a band? He must be. What else would he be doing? I hear that he actually started teaching art at a college. And like I saw some people on social media were like, holy shit, Gerard Way is unironically my art teacher. Like, what the fuck? I would die. Okay, he's definitely okay. He would play a Catboy, though. I recognized you when you stalked me and waited outside of my hotel. That's true, I did do that. Is Brute setting to me okay until the stalker goes away? I've definitely never done that. I've definitely never done that. Never. Anyway, so yesterday we started the Hildibrand quest. It's nothing exciting. We started the Hildibrand quest. I'm gonna summarize what happened. What happened was Nashu was like, oh my god, Hildibrand is passed out ever since we got back from the portal. Hildibrand hasn't been awake, I'm trying to get a medicine, and blah blah blah, and then we were like, holy shit, this is exactly like when the Scions were taken to the First. Turned out he was on the First, causing trouble because he thought that he was a Sin Eater. So we went to the First, and we were like, yo, dude, you're not a Sin Eater, you're a detective, come back with us. And then we managed to come back, and then he got abducted by an alien. And then the conspiracy theorist journalist was like, holy shit, aliens are fucking real. And then we went to the moon, and then we found the alien, little Pew Pew. Pew Pew is looking for his own friend. And so the entire quest right now is looking for our own friend, looking for Pew Pew's friend. Pew Pew can also clone people. Pew Pew cloned a bunch of Hildibrand, so we had a bunch of Hildibrands. Now we only have one Hildibrand clone, but he's a little wonky, so he's called Brandyhild. But he's a much better detective than Hildibrand, so we keep him around. And then there was the big robot guy. He was like, oh, I will be superior and have my revenge. And then we fought him as Godbert, the goldsmith. We ran in circles around him, and then we eject-shotted him in the fucking face. And so we did all of that, and now we're back to looking for Pew Pew's buddy. So that's what's happened yesterday. That made no sense. It is literally, genuinely what happened yesterday. That is the summary of what happened yesterday. I stalked PTBR. When he came to visit in the town that I used to live in, and he was like, I'm staying at this hotel, and then I was like, bet. And so I waited outside of his hotel. And then we walked up a mountain. We volleyball slammed a bomb into his face. Hell yeah. The local mountain. Yeah, the touristy one. The tourist mountain. Legends say he's still up there to this day. And then I lost my damn mind, because you know how the Hildibrand quests are their way of, like, experimenting with animations that they might implement into the game? You know how that's, like, a thing that they do with Hildibrand? There were straight up, unironically, genuinely, full-on blitzball shots. In that sequence. They have the animations. They have the animations for the fucking eject shots. I'm just saying, it exists in the game. It exists in the game. When you went to FanFest for Final Fantasy XI, you had a lot of people come to you, read your name tag, and said, much of the time I know that game. You would immediately say, I'm so sorry. Bless. Bless. I don't think that anyone would recognize me at a FanFest. I don't think anyone would, aside from like people who watch my stream, but that's not that many people. All things considered. You could pull a Black Mirror, make a body yourself, and disappear without anyone noticing. I don't think you should do that. I don't actually think that you should do that. Gerard still hasn't answered me. I think he's like aggressively ignoring me. I think he's definitely ignoring me. Anyway, we have a Pew Pew friend to find. See, this is Pew Pew. That's Pew Pew. We gotta find his friend. We gotta find his buddy. Just be like me one day, just never show up. I've done that. I've definitely done that. Who's ignoring me? Gerard Way! Gerard Way is ignoring me! He's right over here! He's right over here, so I sent him a whisper, and I was like, are you really Gerard Way? And then he hasn't answered. Just stalk him all stream. I can become Noshu's stalker. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want to be a stalker. Anyway, here's Pew Pew. He's missing a friend. We gotta go find him. Twigs, eager to resume our investigation. I know I am. Do you recall that scrap of alien starship that we recovered? Well, Inspector Brandehild has employed his unsettling calculative capacity to extrapolate the damage to the greater whole. And he has concluded that the vessel would be incapable of flight without extensive repair. Our most likely scenario, then, is that some unknown agents made off with the starship wreckage, along with Pew Pew's acquaintance. Fortunately, I have a fair idea of who that unknown agent might be. He's the alien conspiracy theorist, by the way. Oh, and he thinks that Pew Pew is like has this big master plan to take over the world. Same with the Loporits. After all, if there is a singularly shadowy cabal with history of concealing extraterrestrial activity... Actually, let's head over to Kama first. The Inspector and the others are staying in a dwelling there, and I'd rather not explain myself twice. Good night, T-Bear! Have a lovely sleep. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, here's Brandehild. The smarter Hildibrand. He's a clone. And here's the original Hildibrand. And here's Pew Pew. Yeah. "'Tis a horrible misfortune, Twigs. Calamitous, even. Poor Master Pew Pew has fallen gravely ill." Oh, the little baby. He's so bluish green. More so, I mean. Could he have caught a cold? I suppose it was quite chilly up there in Garlemald. Pew Pew is an alien. Who knows what extraterrestrial diseases might be ravaging his body? Noshu, no. No! Noshu's delights are the best medicine for whatever ails you. As the Inspector himself can attest, Noshu put those away. Good gods, Noshu! You'll blow our host domicile to pieces! Put them away! Not a single brain cell behind those eyes. Not a single coherent thought is happening in her head. I love her. If I may, when I was cloned from the Inspector, certain gaps in my knowledge were patched with supplementary data from the Starship's archives. This information included an encyclopedic understanding of Master Pew Pew's physiology, which should be sufficient for me to diagnose his condition. Of course. A Xenoman hybrid mind. That explains the impossible calculations. He's very smart. I have it! Master Pew Pew is afflicted by a terrible case of the common cold. Gods grant me strength. As a visitor to Aetheres, Master Pew Pew has no prior exposure to our maladies. He is thus particularly susceptible to infection and more likely to experience severe symptoms. Aha! It's just as I surmised. We must put aside the case until we have nursed our stricken companion back to health. But even if it is the common cold, isn't there a risk that our medicines do him more harm than good? They almost certainly would. Based on the results of my analysis, however, I believe I can synthesize an effective remedy. We need but gather the ingredients. Then ingredients you shall have. So, what are we gathering exactly? Most of what we require can be drawn from Master Pew-Pew's collected samples. Otherwise, there are only 2 which we lack. The first of these is the liver of a giant tortoise. A suitable organ could be extracted from one of the cachapa, which wanderers salt winds welcome. Ah, the slaughtering of a monstrous opponent. That sounds like a job for Twigs. Naturally. The other material in question is a rare fungus known as damp shroom, which I'm hoping can be found among the Great Works' extensive stock of alchemical reagents. Very well. Nashu, Delian, and I will scour the alchemist's shelves. Meanwhile, I would ask that you remain here and keep an eye on our ailing patients. Inspector Brandahild, you're such an expert on all things Tavernair. Oh, I wouldn't say expert. Simple conclusions from simple observations. Nothing more. As I said, I'm hoping that the alchemist will have the damn shroom that we need, but it really is quite rare. Once you have the tortoise liver, would you be so kind as to assist the others in procuring the fungus? Then let us not prolong Master Pew-Pew's suffering a moment longer. It seems we have a job to do. Further discussion on the abduction will have to wait. Oh yeah, this isn't Hildibrand. This is Brandahild? He's a clone of a Hildibrand. But the cloning machine didn't work properly. It had been exhausted from all of the dozens of Hildibrand clones that it had made before. So he's a little wonky. But he's very smart. He's very smart. Thank you guys. I really like this outfit too. I'm very pleased with it. I love how well the sleeves, the arm sleeves are not part of the top you see. But I love how well they go together. They fit perfectly. And I'm very pleased with how it turned out. Are these the tortoises? I did it. I got the liver. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry you had to die, but you had to die to save someone else. Yeah, okay. I joined Jesse for roulettes and stuff on his stream like a week or 2 ago, and people in chat kept complaining that they heard this cat girl voice. People kept being like, holy shit, who is that? Someone give her a Fantasia right now. It made me laugh so much. Because it is an incredibly annoying voice, but that's why I love it. It bothers other people. It's more so that it's just so loud. So that you always hear it. Wait, where is this? It's down? I'm realizing that I'm not actually familiar with this place at all. Where's the entrance? Wait, where the fuck is the entrance? Where do I go? Oh my god. The fact that your character does a full Brazilian wax to wear it is unfortunate. You don't know if she even grows body hair. You don't know. Guys, where the fuck is the entrance? How am I not finding this? How could they complain when Jesse's Lala has that voice? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying! His voice is much more annoying. I am an idiot. Ah, Twigs! I had every confidence that you would bring us a suitable liver. Alas, the dank shroom yet eludes us. The alchemist said that the fungus has a few applications, so they don't bother to stock it most of the time. Then I must put my keen inspector sense to work. Stand back whilst I attune myself with the essence of the dank. Damp. The word is damp, shroom. And you'll forgive me if I have no faith in your abilities. 'Tis close, my friends, and getting closer and closer even as we speak. He's not even trying to hide anymore. I hear you folk are in the market for damp shrooms. I might have some to sell, if you're interested. But how? We certainly are, my fine fellow. Alright then. If you give me a moment to retrieve the goods, we can finalize our transactions up on the perfumed rise. Was it genuine clairvoyance or sheer coincidence? I'm not sure anymore. Though, in all fairness, when it comes to Inspector Hildibrand, preternatural perception is one of his least baffling talents. In any case, we should hurry. Hurry to the rise and take this man up on his timely offer. I think that we can trust him. My guy. I really hope that this entire questline ends with us beating up the little stalker. I'm not condoning violence. I'm just saying that stalking is wrong. I have a question. People who do a lot of G-posing and who like make other characters, like other NPCs or other players do poses in their G-pose. Are they modding, or is there like some whole G-pose thing that I don't know of that I can't figure out? Because I'm stupid. It's modding? Okay. Thank you. Gotcha. Alright. Hi, Sasha! Hello! What are we gonna do? Nothing! I was just wondering in general. It was just a general question, guys. It was just It wasn't for any reason in particular. It wasn't for any reason. I was just wondering. Raven from DC Comics? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is at all. I am enjoying Manderville. I always am. Ah, you're here. Good, good. And here's a dance room, as promised. Oh, glad we are for your assistance. Ta-ta! Not so fast. Link definitely doesn't trust them. Link. Not so fast! There is still the matter of payment. See, he literally, his name is Trustworthy Payment. Trustworthy Payment? His name is literally Trustworthy Trader. How can we not trust him? Of course, of course. And how much do we owe you, my good man? I am a proper religious lady of God? Exactly. Precisely. Thank you, Lanford. Thank you for the bits. Considering the extreme rarity of the fungus in question, I couldn't let it go for less than 1 million gil. Just give me money. That too. Please give me 1 million. If someone can give me 1 million money, that would be wonderful. I would be very pleased if someone would give me just a measly sum of 1 million. I don't think that that's too much to ask. Thank you, Lanford. Thank you for the bits. 1 million gil for one measly mushroom? That's outright robbery. A bargain, I counter. You would pay tenfold my price in the markets. I thought to do you a kindness in light of your urgent need, but I am more than willing to find another buyer if you wish to spit upon my generosity. Not to. How fare we for coin? We're plumb out, Inspector. Ah, then this is a prickly pickle. Where are we to obtain sufficient funds at such short notice? I'm not helping. Don't even think about it. Don't even... I have an orchestrion roll collection problem. Gotta buy them all. Spent the last of my savings on Return to Oblivion. You feel attacked? You said that? Also, no, it wasn't Link's girlfriend. It was just some people. Just some people he didn't like that. That might be her, though. Oh, you can't see him. Link? Jag vet det. Jag vet det. Jag vet. Oh, I know, it's Grace. Yeah, Grace is out there. I'm sorry, bud. I'm so sorry. I know. I know. I have an orchestrion roll collection problem, actually. Like, I don't have any money because I spent them all on rolls. If that's the way of it, then I shall beg father for the necessary amount. Saving Master Pupy's life is worth every gil. Give that man nothing. Ruh-roh. We have you now, deceitful scum! Your swindling days are over! Are you trying to tell me that he wasn't trustworthy after all? Are you trying to say that the trustworthy trader wasn't actually trustworthy? I don't like that's... That can't be right. I'm gonna wait until the outbreak is over, by the way. There's an upcoming outbreak, and we're just gonna chill a little bit until it's over. So people don't miss out. So you don't miss out on peak Hildibrand. Maybe I'll get a coffee. Should we do another prediction? Do y'all want to do another prediction for will the coffee open correctly this time? So for reference, to make it fair, the last 3 iced coffees. The last 3 iced coffees that I've opened. And I'm opening one of the same ones. The last 3 ones that I've opened have not opened correctly. Not one of them has opened correctly. So there's your information. That's the last 3 I opened, none of them have opened correctly. So make your prediction based off of that information. You can bet channel points. Go, you have 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes and you can bet channel points. What are the chances that 4 in a row would fail? What's that? What are the chances? They look like this. So in theory, it's very simple. You just rip this open. See the arrow? You just rip that open and it exposes the hole. And then you suck from the hole. 250,000 points on no? Jesus, that's so many. That's so much. That's so many points. It's Warmonger again. Of course it is. You won a half a mil last time? I keep forgetting how many points some of you guys have. I keep forgetting that some of you just have a really stupid amount of points. If it does open correctly, that's a lot of points for the ones you, if you voted yes. Alright. I'll let you guys see. I'll let you guys see so you know there's no cheating. That's not helpful. It's not very helpful. You know when you peel an egg and like you get the shell off but the membrane is still there and there's like a second layer of membrane that you have to that you then have to also peel off? That's what this feels like. This was a lot better than yesterday, though. This was... Look at this. There's still some plastic there. There's still, like, a little bit of plastic. Does that count? Does this count as it opening fine? I can't drink it like that, though. There's... The plastic is in the way. Are we going with yes? You've all bet it though, so you all gambled. Now it became a no. Hi Dana. Hi Melistra. Let's say yes, yes. Best by far. Swedish impartial observers say yes. Now it became a no. If you had not to fix it with your teeth, you would have said yes. I mean, this is pretty... It's almost flawless, though. Can I do a poll at the same time as a prediction? You didn't vote? You say that wasn't acceptable? I'll do a poll. A completely impartial poll. Was that a yes or a no? Yes? No. To make it even fairer... You can use channel points. You can use channel points to vote in the poll. What does yes or no mean? Yes means yes, it opened correctly, and no means no, it didn't. Democracy Manifest. This is politics, y'all. And this is politics. You have to pay to vote, and then in order to determine the result of the vote, you have to pay to vote. I think that makes perfect sense. You're doing the math, how many votes you have to buy before it eats up your winnings. What is this politics? Yes. This is your free politic lesson for the day. This is your free politics lesson. Go vote. Everyone remember to vote in the election. They're designed to be a pain in the ass to open, so yes, it opened correctly. Fair. Also, I only bought them because they're on sale. They're 3 for 2. So, I bought 6. Naturally.
Hello, friend.
Joe! Thank you so much!
Way.
Thank you! Thank you for the 22 months! I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very kind. And the answer is yes. It was a yes, which means / prediction. Choose outcome. Will the iced coffee open fine? Yes, complete prediction. Congratulations on your winnings. Some of you just made a lot of channel points. And I am so happy for you. I am... Congratulations. I'm so upset that Landver won so much. Landver and Sandman are not the people who should be winning this. They will abuse it. How much does one cost? One of them cost like $2. I don't know. $2-ish. They're good though. I really like them. Alright, anyway, back to the game. We're playing a video game now, so... Shut up. Routes at Hans City Guards at your service. we've received reports of this man's questionable activities, and we've been keeping a close eye on him ever since. Damp shroom is a rare find in the bazaar, to be sure, but only because there's no real demand for it. The price the charlatan quoted you was quite frankly ludicrous. But thanks to your ignorance and poor judge of character, we were able to catch him in the act. As a token of our gratitude, you are welcome to keep the fungus, assuming you still want it.
Hello, friend.
CP, Beatrice, thank you so much. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so kind. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's very magnanimous of you. You think I enjoy tricking fools out of their coin? If that bastard hadn't declared my job redundant, I wouldn't have needed to stoop so low. Don't do this. Don't do that. He blames a rising star among the merchant prices for his woes. Von Hudi, I believe his name was, purchased the trading consortium where the man was working, which led to a restructuring of the hierarchy. Put a lot of people out of work. Von Hudi. I know that name. Something about an acquisitions deal gone sour. Father was willing to sell him a slice of his Hanish enterprises, I think, but balked when the man offered to buy our family business in its entirety. Truly, there's no telling how deep the coffers for this Van Hudi are. Nor do any know the secrets of how he amassed such kingly wealth so damnably vast. There are whispers, though, that he solved alchemy's oldest and most legendary of problems, the transmutation of base metal into gold. Unlikely, to say the least, but whatever the source of Van Hudi's riches, he showed no reluctance in spending them. He's bought a historic temple to service his home, and commissioned a private airship, amongst other extravagant expenditures. Nice for some, eh? I wish that was me. With all that iced coffee, I missed how you got the stuff. What stuff? How I got what stuff? Second Endwalker Alliance raid in Roulette. That's next for me, is doing the raids and Alliance stuff. That's right after Hildibrand, we're gonna do that. He wanted 1 million, suddenly he's friendly. Oh, no, that was, he was attacked by guards who had been like, this man is definitely a fraudster. And they took him away. So we were talking to one of the guards, not the traitor. Core, that swindling case had barely started before you solved it, Inspector. Ah, ha ha ha. All in a day's work, my dear Nashu. I believe our business upon this scented hill is concluded. Let's hurry the ingredients back to Inspector Branderhill, shall we? And then the guards were like, there's no real, like, no one actually wants this stuff, so just keep it. Oh no. I may have mollified his lordship with the secrets of divine manifestation, but the stench of failure yet clings to me. I must redeem myself in his eyes by crushing my most hated foe. Wee-hee-hee! It's a robot we defeated yesterday, by the way. That was the giant robot. Has he still not answered? Do you think he's still there? I'm almost afraid to check, because if he's moved, it means that he's ignoring me deliberately. He's crafting?! dying and you're dumping me? Thank you, Linfer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's okay. No, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not... I'll get over it. I'll get over it until the day I find out that that is actually the real Gerard way, and then I'll be heartbroken forever. 'Cause then I'll be like, holy shit, what could have been? Because I'll explain what's going on. So, one of my all-time favorite bands is My Chemical Romance, and Gerard Way is the singer and songwriter for that band. That dude was named Gerard Way. So earlier today, I saw him and I sent him a whisper, and I was like, "Are you the actual Gerard Way?" And then he's been ignoring me ever since. He's been completely ignoring me. And I was like, well, maybe he's ignoring me because he's AFK. Maybe he's just not at his computer right now, but he's crafting, so he clearly is. But it's okay. Ask again what other pride to have to lose. Genuinely annoying an innocent person. Like, actually making a completely innocent person feel uncomfortable. He often care about crafting, but he wasn't crafting before and he's crafting now, so he's clearly, like, been interacting since I whispered him. It's okay, I'll get over it. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm alright. I'm fine. I'll get over it. I'll get over it. Inspector Hildibrand tells me you have the liver to go along with the stamps room. I sure do. A fine specimen, thank you. I will be mixing the ingredients in the starship, so let us convey Master Pew Pew outside, that we may administer his medicine as soon as it's ready. This should be sufficiently remote. I'll have the craft come to us and we can commence the treatment. Oh yeah, and there's a UFO. For those who didn't watch yesterday. You're not even trying, dude!
Oh, I feel so much better! I cannot thank you all enough!
Master Pew Pew recovered his strength in mere moments. It would seem his powers of recuperation are just as advanced as his technology.
I came here from another world. A stranger you have no cause to trust. And yet you've treated me so kindly. The people of the star are so very welcoming.
You are our dear friend now, Master Pew Pew. It's our pleasure to help. Oh, he's so cute. And it will be my pleasure to harm. Uh-oh. It's okay. Brandy Hill's got this. It's okay. For some reason, he can stop time. I will not fall for the same trick twice. Oh no. Little drawings. Oh, he's such a dumbass. Stop this. Impudent worms, taste my full power! Blitzball that son of a bitch. This poor goblin didn't do anything. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Not again! I've not seen The Legend of Korra, no. You took the full force of that destructive beam, and yet here you stand. Somewhat singed, but apparently unharmed. I've pondered and puzzled over this inexplicable fortitude of yours, and feel compelled to ask... Are you an alien? Ah, ha, 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 fine jest. But I assure you, I am, without a doubt, an Uldan-born Manderville of terrestrial Hurrian stock.
He's Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. What more do you need to know?
Where to even begin? But never mind, we have more pressing matters. Such as locating Master Pew Pew's missing comrade. It is time we reopen the case of the silent correspondent. Yes, exactly. And I have a firm theory as to who it was who took the wreckage and its erstwhile pilots. Also, I'm saying it Pew Pew because that's how it's said. The Charlians! Well, of course, you can blame the Charlians for most things. I'm all but certain that they've allied with insidious extraterrestrials, which means they will be under order to remove any evidence of alien activity. I'll wager we find what we're looking for in old Charlian. We need only infiltrate their operations and expose this nefarious conspiracy. We can't be bothered to formally ally with foreign nations, much less aliens. Except for the Loporrits. When in doubt, blame Fortuno, yeah. They'd sooner flee the star than try to subjugate it. True. They can't even be bothered to ally with us. While Master Delian's theory does lack supporting facts, we have no other promising leads to pursue at present. Moreover, I understand that Charlian set the standard for monitoring astronomical and astrological phenomena. Mayhap their experts have been tracking extraterrestrial movements. I've spoken out of turn. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Nay, my friend. I too sense that our paths point to the Isle of Archons. Pack your bags, everyone. We leave for Charlian immediately. I was gonna say, did you take me there? But we're still not there. What is this religion? It might as well be. It might as well be. You want Hildy to meet Papa Levier? Maybe we will. This is one of my favorite things whenever this is the quest reward, a mystery package, because it's either something amazing or something that will make me cry. It's one of the two. It'll either be something really funny, or it'll rip my heart out. Charlian awaits. We need only charter a suitable sea vessel. Of course, but does not the city lie many days' sail to the north? Is there no swifter means of reaching our destination? So this experimental aetherite will allow us to teleport to their even absent attunement. Splendid! Then we shall avail ourselves of the technological marvel forthwith. Oh no, they're all gonna be sick. Oh no, they're all gonna be sick. Reminder. bullying, by the way. This bullying. Twerkules is doing Omega today. Speaking of. Twerkules is meeting Good Boy Alpha today. If you still don't know what you're watching after my stream, now you do. Give examples? Half of our minions are examples of this. Alpha made me cry, getting an alpha minion made me cry. The wind-up horse fantasy somewhere. He made me cry. Wind-up heroes absolutely made me cry. A lot of them. What do you mean, give examples? So this is the city of learning. A sophisticated gentleman should feel right at home here. How are you all not sick to your stomachs? Experimental aetherites make the travel exponentially more fun. Sometimes I feel as though I'm the only normal person in this group of eccentrics. What about me? But, ugh, this is not the time to succumb to nausea. Not here, in the belly of the beast. Rumor has it the Charlian's secret agents travel the star in search of specimens, which they collect and bring home in service to a confidential research project. Said project is conducted at a huge underground military facility. If we are to find answers, then that's where we need to look. You don't retain memories? Well, I don't retain memories either. Your flatmate sent your fuck off a couple of weeks ago. You got the minion from the last Dawn Trail dungeon on the first try? Hell yes. Hell yes. I mean, they're gleaners, they're not secret agents. These gleaner chaps sound like they might know a thing or two. I say we pay them a visit in their little underground base. We simply take the lift from the Hall of Artifice, right? And let us be on our way. Once we get to Dawn Trail, though, I'm bringing Alpha back out, because I made a promise. I made a promise that I was going to show Alpha the entire world. And now that we're getting new maps, gotta bring my little boy back out. There's new places to see. There's new places to see, my sweet boy. I'm very excited. What to keep your eyes on these minions? I don't even know. Like, the only minion... That's not true. I've seen a couple of minions that I know are from Dawn Trail. I've seen a few that I definitely know. Am I going the right way? It's in here. Oh! Hello! Look out. That's not how you spell that. Look out. The mania water is easy enough to get through fast. Is it the corn? Is it by enchant the corn servant? The corn! He's very cute. The little corn is very cute. When you're showing your cat things he's never seen before. Yeah, I'm showing Alpha the world, because all Alpha wanted to do was go adventuring and go exploring and see the world, and so I'm letting Alpha see the world. You're on the current sword quest. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get to Dawn Trail. I want to be caught up. I want to be current endgame along with all of y'all. I want to be caught up finally for the first time. I'm so excited. Ah, these must be the lifts in question. Do you wish to descend into Labyrinthos, madam? My apologies, but each of your companions must also secure the proper permissions before we can allow them entrance. If it is assurances you need, then surely a single glance is all you require to judge us trustworthy. He's so precious. I could certainly make some judgments, but that's neither here nor there. Admission to Labyrinthos is subject to forum policy. You're the ones who should be judged! I know you're hiding aliens and xenotechnology in that underground base of yours. Admit it. Xenotechnology? Ugh, I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, yet again do our paths cross in most serendipitous fashion. Father? What business brings you to Charlian? I'm in search of a certain object, one crucial to the continued refinement of the Manderville weaponry. My investigations lead me to believe that it is found here, in Labyrinthos. And as you also seem to have business down below. This is my son and his bosom companions. If I vouch for their character, will you kindly allow them to board the lift? Ah, Master Godbert Manderville. The Forum sent word of your impending arrival. As a member of the Syndicate, your ambassadorial status affords you an entourage of up to 5 members. Pray consider their permission arranged. I know not your current mission, but for the time being, I suggest you accompany me to the Archeon. You are not allowed. You're fairly slow. This is your first ever current. I'm definitely planning on taking my time with it. I've been doing that with this whole game. I haven't rushed anything in this. And I definitely think that that is the best way to enjoy it. But I'm very excited to be caught up. I'm very excited.
Friend.
Finray, thank you so
Can't
much.
wait for the Dawn Trail playthrough.
Thank you. Me too. Me too. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so very much. That's so kind. I'm also very excited. It will be this week for sure. We're finishing Hildibrand today, and then we have the Alliance raids and all of that. Like, everything that we have left in Endwalker, we're finishing, and then straight to Dawn Trail. So I'm predicting that we start Dawn Trail this weekend. Because I have today, and then I have tomorrow, and then Thursday and Friday is what I'm anticipating that we'll spend on like finishing up the last quest lines and everything, and then either Friday or Sunday. Either Friday or Sunday, I predict we'll start Dawn Trail. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Your hands hurt? Oof. Oof. You already know which one is going to be my favorite of the Dawn Trail raid fights. I'm excited. I've heard that they're really good. I've heard that they're super fun. Everything that I hear about the dungeons and the trials and the raids in Dawntrail is that they're really good. The tune out of my Dawntrail gameplay. I haven't played it yet. That's why I waited. That's why I didn't play it right away, because I kind of wanted to, but that's partly why I waited, because I knew that if I played it right away, a lot of people would have had to not watch because they wanted to play it themselves. So that's why I haven't played it yet. But I know that there's still going to be a lot of people waiting. You go on vacation and disappear for a week. Brit is starting this Wednesday. Ooh, I get to be current with Brit. Ooh. You made the intensive inspection of the pavement with your hands. Oh no, I'm sorry. You should not use your hands. You should let your hands get some rest. I love Brit. She's amazing. I love her. You've been using duty support. Last dungeon's final boss killed you 5 times. I'm probably gonna end up using duty support for the dungeons for my first time around, I imagine. I did that with all of Endwalker. I don't remember if I did it for Shadowbringers, but I know I did it for all of Endwalker. And it was actually a pretty good experience. It was actually pretty alright. Wait, what's my 616? What? I still have a bunch of... Not a bunch of level 80. I still have some level 80. Yeah, I should do that. But also... Very pleased with this. But also very pleased. Very happy with this. Finally, I never have to do a Realm Reborn Society quest ever again. And now get started on the other ones. Very far behind on the other ones, but they're a little bit faster, aren't they? They at least don't start on level 1. You haven't bothered with that? As far as I can tell, a lot of people haven't. As far as I can tell, a lot of people haven't bothered with the Realm Reborn Societies, because every time I show that, like, I'm doing them all, a bunch of people go, holy shit, I've never done that. That's kind of you, Maji. That's very sweet. You're feeling stupid, asking what everything means, you got no clue. Oh yeah, duty support is just, yes, it's playing the dungeons with NPCs. So if you go into here, you can do any dungeon that you want, and you can choose who you want on your team, depending on who's with you in the story at that point. So yes, that's what it means. Instead of playing with other players, you just play with the NPCs that are there in the story at that point. So for example, like here, this one you get a bunch of choices, so you can like choose your team, etc. So it's just a way of being able to do story dungeons without having to rely upon other people, which is nice. They added that at some point in the game, that you can do dungeons with NPCs. See, for the earlier dungeons, you just do it with Eager Marauder. Just random NPCs. But then as you get further in, you actually play with the other Scions. You have every other expansion done except for the Realm Reborn. I decided that I was going to do them in order, because I figured it was easier to do that and then do the other ones, instead of leaving the most tedious ones for the end. Hi, Robes! It's needed because some of the cards for the card mounts are locked behind the beast tribes. Yeah, as soon as I finished the Exiles, another card NPC popped up, and I haven't gotten his card yet. And I know that there are some hidden behind the Vath and the Vanu Vanu. So I'll get to it, but again, I'm taking my time. I'm not stressing it. I'm not rushing it. I'll get through them all. I'll max out every single one of them. You just wait and see. You just wait and see. I'll max out all of them. Hey, there's that. I can turn this in. Oh, and high potions? Easy. And a level 5 sword? Easy. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go do that for some sweet extra XP. You bet your sweet ass I'm gonna do that. Have I decided to strictly do them in an expansion order? Unfortunately, yes. Sadly, I have decided to do them in expansion order. Yeah. I'll get them. Need all but the final fight with tutor support? Yeah. If you do trust, you can level up your friends aside with gear that should use. Yeah, I like the idea of leveling up trust, I just haven't done it yet. You started 2 of the Realm World Society quests, never finished them. Finished the Pixies and Arcazadora. Gonna finish the Loprite today? Congrats! And the Omicrons later this week. Yeah, I'm not getting to those for a very long time. But I don't mind. You wanted the mounts on a Lop-Hop? You get some good mounts from the Realm Reborn ones too, though. You get some cool mounts. You get this guy. You get this guy. Oh, that's a silly boy. This is very silly. You get this. This I actually got from a Mogtome event. Same with the Direwolf I got from a Mogtome. So I had those before I maxed out the tribes. Does anyone know if there's gonna be another Mogtome event, like, in the foreseeable future, or is that, like, for bigger releases? Like, when a new expansion is coming out, kind of thing. You've never felt compelled to finish them? Well, then you don't have to. Well, then you don't have to. Oh, I haven't looked at... I think that there's a new minion that I can buy from all of them now that they're rank 8. I believe there's another minion from each of them that I haven't gone and bought yet. Should do that. Usually we're waiting for a content patch. Okay. During downtime leading to new content, so maybe next year. That's fair. I've gotten a lot of really cool things from the Mogtome events. And when they have been running before, it's been a lot of stuff that I haven't been able to get in the game yet. Because I've been so early game. So... it's been, like, extra fun because it's been things that... like, my first wolf, for example. The first Mogtome event I was running while I was playing was this guy. And I was so excited. I was so excited because, like, I hadn't even started Stormblood when I bought this. I was very happy. I was very pleased. You kind of a mount collector in games? Well, there's a lot of mounts to collect. How many mounts in Final Fantasy XIV? Over 200? But, like, exactly how many? This one says 187, but I don't know if that's accurate either. I don't know if that's accurate either. 228. 906 in WoW? Is that true? How many minions in Final Fantasy XIV? 258? That can't be right. I sincerely doubt that. I have 161. There are 415 in the free trial. Ah. 515 459. Okay. Alright. Fair. Finish the Heavensward birds and start on the Stormblood ones. At least the Heavensward ones you can do alone. I got all of them on my own. Just farming them solo. I've decided, I think I'm missing 2 of the wolves. I've decided to wait with them until I have full level 100 gear. Just to make it a little bit faster, and so that I can join farm parties without feeling like I'm behind other people. So I've decided to wait with the final 2 until I got like full level 100 gear. And then I'll probably start on the Shadowbringers ones as well, because I have none of those. I've only done 1 of them? 2 of them. I've done 2 of the extreme Shadowbringers ones. But I don't have the mounts. I think I got the card from one of them though. Which is good, because I need those too. Ugh. 514 if you include the premium ones, right? Ugh. Ugh. Well, there's a lot to collect. In any case, there's a lot to collect. You're geared up every monk to sell the Stormblade Extremes. You're goofing on with the snakes. If you had the level 700 gear from Daughter, you'd be fine. It's very easy to just join a party, though. That's how I've gotten most of them, is just join a farm party. Like, I could join this one right now. I'm not going to, but I could. I could do that. That's what I've been doing. I've just been joining random, like, farm parties and just ran with them. And that's partly why I want to have level 100 gear, so I don't feel like I'm, like, letting anyone down. Or, like, that I'm slowing down the process or anything like that. So that's why I'm waiting. I could, I'm not going to, but I could. It's the same feeling as, I like the idea of doing this thing. I like the idea of it, doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. Anyway, we're playing a game here. Gosh, stop distracting me. From what Father tells me, the storage facility is replete with samples and specimens collected from every land on Aetheris. If anyone has information concerning visiting aliens and crashed starships, it will be these studious folks. A shiny silver saucer. I'm sorry, but we have no record of any such object in our archives, either whole or in part. Or so you would have us believe, but the purpose of this complex, this military fortress, is plain. You cannot deny that you're conducting secret research on alien starships. We are not conducting secret research on alien starships. Yes, we did build a starfaring vessel in Thaumasine, but it was neither for military purposes nor of extraterrestrial origin. Disguising your foul lies with a sprinkling of the truth, are we? Fine. I'll dig up the facts myself, and then everyone will hear what you're really up to. Oh, by the way, I stuck my hand in an aquarium full of fish today. You should all be very proud of me. While I cannot assist you with your missing craft, I do recall seeing an individual of like appearance to your companion here. You do? And where was this, pray tell? At Marial Ergonomics, in the medial circuits. The lift at the back of the building will take you down there. Many thanks, my good man. Well, well. It seemed that we found yourselves a solid lead. I have my own research to attend to, so I shall bid you good hunting and a good day. No, so my parents are on vacation, so I'm responsible for feeding the fish. And for, like, making sure that they don't die. So I went to feed the fish today, and a plant had, like, gotten loose in the aquarium and was covering the entire, like, vent thing for the filter. So I stuck my hand down there and removed it. It was very scary. It was really scary, but I did it. Another round of in-depth inquiries by the agent of inquiry. And friends, is in order. What? Another round of in-depth inquiry by the agent of inquiry is in order. To Marial Ergonomics we go. I don't have to hand feed them. I definitely would never do that. No, I just chuck the food down there. But the fact that... Like, I think that the filter is pretty important. I think the filter is a pretty important thing in, like, keeping the fish healthy and happy. And it was completely blocked. So... I was like... Shit, I gotta do something. I gotta fix this. They are relying on me. They depend on me to do this. So I gotta do this. So I did it. Didn't do it out of kindness. I did not to anger the fish. I did it because they would have been upset if I didn't. Not upset. They would have been unhappy. And, like, I want them to be happy. I want them to, like, have a good life. Otherwise, I wouldn't go feed them. Not only do I feed them, I stay there until they're done eating so I know that nothing has gone wrong. I stay there and watch them eat. Just in case, like, one of them chokes or something. You saw a tweet today that reminded me of you. When I say I love the ocean, I mean I love the surface. Whatever goes on beneath, that's my respect, but it's none of my business. 100%. No, if it choked, no. I would leave it alone, but I'd like take it out of the aquarium, so that I didn't like poison all of the other fish. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be good for them to have, like, a dead fish in there with them, so I'd remove it. I'm trying to care for these fish, guys. I'm really trying. Ah, you must be talking about one of those new Mandragora strains. We whipped up a batch of bright blue stray onions, but I'm afraid they started to rot almost immediately. Huh? Not a mandra, you say? Well, the only other bluish thing I can think of around here is the grapes. Look how luscious this crop turned out. Gary, I have 2 instances of chat open. You're yellow on one and purple on the other. Just so you know. Your descriptions would lead me to believe you're looking for one of the Mandragoras hereabout. But, if, as you say, it is something else you're after, then I'm not sure I can be of much help. I only just started working here, so you might have more luck asking the other names. Do I have a blue Mandragora? No. No, I don't. Oh, that's the water. That's not where I want to be. Now what? I don't think that this is accurate. I don't know that I agree with this. I don't agree with your with where you placed me. I don't think that that's accurate at all. Yes, the little blue man. I saw him with my own 2 eyes, I did. And it was no Mandragora. A gleaner in the company of an outside visitor passed through a little while back. Nothing too usual there. Only this, friend you described was scuttling along with them. I know not what purpose brought them to the farm, but whatever it was, they didn't tarry here long. Also, I washed my hands for like 5 minutes before I stuck my hand in the tank because I didn't want to like kill them with the hand grease. I didn't want to like I didn't want to get anything in the tank that would be bad for them, so I washed my hands very thoroughly beforehand because I care. And then I washed my hands for like 10 minutes afterwards because icky. Look out. Nice. How many do I have left? Yes. Okay, cool. 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 But they like the soap. I was very careful and I rinsed my hands for way longer than I washed them just to make sure that there wasn't any, like, soap residue. Good night, Lanford. Thank you for hanging out. Get some sleep. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You can't argue with Barney Stinson? I think that there are a few people you can argue with less than Barney Stinson. I think he's a very arguable person. Is that a tiny little airship? Okay. I have no idea how to get that. How are there so many mounts in World of Warcraft? How are there like 1,000 mounts in World of Warcraft? It's from Final Fantasy VI. I haven't played 6. At least your heart is in the right place. This is not a compliment. What do you mean that's not a compliment? It absolutely is. Wonderful. That corroborates the information I, but moments ago, skillfully squirreled out of this farmer. She claims to be an acquaintance of the gleaner in question. In fact, and we'll bring him to talk to us shortly. Let's round up the others. We should all be present to hear what revelations this professional collector has to share. Not playing 6 is an issue that needs to be remedied. I have mentioned that at some point there is a possibility that I might want to do like a full Final Fantasy franchise playthrough. There is, I'm not saying that I definitely will, but I have toyed with the idea of doing a full Final Fantasy franchise thing on stream. Just take like a month or two and play through all of them. It's just that that's a massive commitment. Oh, it's from Sigmascape 4? Okay. Yeah, a month or two in total, because I am fast. Hi, Mikey. Hello. Hi. I think I can get through every single game in 2 months max. You rewatched How I Met Your Mother like 5 times before the last season. I was watching How I Met Your Mother as it came out, and I watched so much How I Met Your Mother that I had a whole Twitter account dedicated to pointing out continuity errors. There are so many, like, small continuity errors in that show. And it was driving me crazy, so I made a Twitter and was like, here are all the ones that I can find whenever I, like, just watch the show. There are so many. You will fail? No, I won't. You're doing it without a guide because some of the old games could be questionable. Well, I'd be doing it with Twitch chat, and that's basically like playing a game with the guide. It's people like you we have to thank for the goof section on IMDb. Let me tell you, I called out some big errors in that show. You have no idea. Like, you know how there's a whole episode where, like, the plot point is that Lily, Marshall, and Ted all share a toothbrush? Literally a couple of episodes beforehand, there's a scene where you can see Lily and Marshall use separate toothbrushes at the same time. Just stuff like that. Like, nothing... No, like, massive plot-breaking things, but just, like... hundreds of things like that. Literally one of the things you're jealous of me for. You could also stream. You're also allowed to stream. I've seen you stream before. That doesn't mean one lost a toothbrush, so they just used one between the two. No, they deliberately, like the whole plot of that episode was that they deliberately use one toothbrush. And they were having a conversation with the others like, this isn't weird, right? This is a normal thing. You start with 3 or 4, 1 and 2 are a bit rough. Okay. Looking forward to playing the boy band Final Fantasy. I'd like to play, like, the Final Fantasies that I missed out on. I think that would be fun. I think that would be fun, and I think that it would give me a newfound appreciation for 14. You're the folk asking for the little blue man, yes? Oh, and you brought someone who's practically identical. You must be the same species, surely. My friend was really here then. Stop it. They certainly were. If you have a moment or 3, I'll tell you the whole tale. To begin at the beginning, I was in Thavnair on a procurement mission when I crossed paths with an apothecary and his usual companion. As I mentioned, the companion was almost your twin in appearance, and the wagon they rode upon bore a damaged vessel, the likes of which I'd never seen before. Could it be? As a collector by trade, I have a certain weakness for oddities. Thus did I hail the apothecary to inquire after this company and his cargo. The man was only too happy to share her story. He had, it seemed, quite recklessly plunged into the war-torn lands of Garlemald to sell his wares, reasoning that where there was conflict, there would be a need for medicinal goods. The state of affairs was rather more volatile than he'd anticipated, however, and he was soon forced to abandon his venture. And so the apothecary began his long trek home, only to shortly thereafter discover a strange silvery ship and its shaken pilots crash-landed in a snowfield. It cannot be a coincidence. The story continues. After extricating the battered vessel and its occupant from the snow, he brought them home to Rantarhan. His guests wished to make repairs to the craft, yet even amongst the wonders of this bazaar, they struggled to find suitable parts. Hearing this, I suggested they bring the wreckage itself to Labyrinthos, and after they agreed to the idea, I escorted them here myself. Alas, even the Thomasine engineers who worked on the Ark were stymied by the exotic ship, finding its technology impossible to comprehend, let alone replicate. The little blue fellow eventually resorted to drafting schematics, while the engineers followed these step by step to craft the essential bits and bobs. The apothecary and his companions were waiting here at Marion. And then what happened? Well, once the industrious visitor had what they needed, they repaired the vessel in a twinkling. The pair then departed almost immediately, and I've seen neither hide nor hair of them since. I'm told the apothecary paid the handsome sum for the engineer's services, but being typical Charlians, I'd wager they would happily have forfeited the coin for a chance to pore over every square elm of that ship. No, now, I'm no scientist, but I'm beginning to think that such an incredible vessel must have been some kind of starfaring craft, That little blue man, well, he must have been an alien from another world. Or so I'd like to believe. I'm an avid reader of the Thamnarian truth, you see, and love to entertain these idle flights of fancy. But I've rambled on too long. There are errands to attend to, and I really must take my leave. Good fortune to you. Can it be true? I have a readership in Charlian? Perhaps I've misjudged these people. It should seem your comrade is hale and healthy, Master Pew Pew, and in the company of a Hannish alchemist of undisclosed description. Yes, this is wonderful news! I am grateful indeed that we made the journey. I have a feeling this case will soon draw to a close. Come, let us return to Rodzat Han and continue the search. I kind of want to replay X2. Me too. I also want to replay 10-2. Use the farm Aetheryte tickets again. Is it I've heard that the Blue Mage challenges give you a lot of them. Is that the best way? Because, like, I know people say do the weekly hunts and everything, and sure, you get some from that, but not a lot. You really don't get that many from doing the weekly hunts. Can't you buy some of the allied seeds? Sure, but that's you get those from doing the weekly hunts. And that's only A Realm Reborn and Heavensward ones. Allied seals and Centurio seals. And like, I don't know a way to farm them like very quickly, because you can only do so many. Like, you can only pick up so many hunt marks per week. Currencies for loot boxes. Oh no, I'm pretty sure you can't buy it with them. I don't think you can buy buy tickets with you. You can buy teleport tickets to your Grand Company. I don't have any left. You can buy, so like I can buy tickets to teleport me for free to Limsa. But that's it. Allied seals, a rank reborn. A rank reborn? Yeah. From Heavensward to Stormblood, right, okay. The currency tab kind of scares you. I get it. It used to scare me a lot too. It used to also scare me a lot. So I get it. The important ones is this. The red elegant tomestones of poetics. Your Gale, obviously. Your MGP. That's really the only ones you have to, like, worry about in the beginning. These are just PvP ones. These are irrelevant. This is just for endgame. This, you can only get these if you're max level. Hunt is, like, whatever. You can buy some cool rewards with them. Fates, you're not going to be able to use them until, I think, Shadowbringer, so don't worry about that. Company seals is really only if you max out your Grand Company. If you're free to play, don't worry about ventures, you can't use them. This is just if you go all in on crafting and gathering, and you can buy gear and stuff with them. You get them from doing collectibles. Also deep sea fishing. Deep sea? Ocean fishing. Societies, you have to max out your societies before you get them, so it's a lot. It's a crazy, overwhelming menu, but you don't have to worry about most of them. At least. Ignore it until you need it. That's a good way to do it. That's how I approached most things in this game. I ignore it until I need it. So as to not to get overwhelmed with how many things there are. You started the expansion with 3.5k, you're steering towards 1.2k, so you need to farm soon again. Do you not need to pick up a ticket for them? Can you just kill any ARS rank? What are the rules on those? Because I know that you're not meant to just kill them if you see them in, like, Shadowbringers and above. You're meant to, like, leave them for hunt trains, right? But are they free for all at lower expansions? What's the rule on that? It's any? Okay. Maybe I should start doing that. Because I only have, at this moment, I only have 92 Aetheryte tickets. And I don't have any currency to buy any of them, so I'm a little scared of burning through all of them when I start Dawn Trail. You'll try to explain it. Today was a hard day to pick between you and Forsen. He's playing GTA 5 with Chaos Mod. And you're choosing to be here? Thank you. Hi, Zachariah. Hello. You can, of course, kill anything you want if it's a spawn thing and it's polite to let the spawner decide when to pull. That makes sense. That makes sense. I've just seen people talk about how, like, above a certain expansion to leave them for hunt trains. So I haven't been sure, like, what the rule or what the general consensus is. A-ranks from Realm Reborn to Stormblood are free for all. Shadowbringers upwards, it could be hunt trains. People are focusing on the Dawn Trail A-ranks. Yeah, I have noticed that there haven't been a lot of hunt trains for Shadowbringers and Endwalker since Dawn Trail came out. Because I used to see them in the FC chat. I used to see people calling out hunt trains frequently, and now there hasn't been any anymore aside from Dawn Trail, and I can't do those. It takes so long to kill them, it's not worth it. You are allowed to kill them. Okay. Alright. Maybe I'll start hunting. Oh no, this is a slippery slope, isn't it? Oh no, that's a slippery slope. For the S ranks, it's a polite thing to wait for every expansion. Everything on the Stormblood's S ranks die really, really fast. Oh, I know. Guys, he's gone. Occasionally, someone will call out S ranks in Around Reborn zones, and every single time I try to go for them, they're dead before I get there. So I don't even bother anymore. I don't even try. I don't even try. I'm gonna complete all the available side quests in old expansions. I want to do that too. I want to complete every single side quest. And one day I will. I've started on some of them. I've started on some of them to, like, level up my other side jobs and stuff, but I haven't gotten very far. Don't know how the situation is in NA with early pullers. I've seen people complain about early pullers. I've seen, apparently, there's, like, a few people that are notorious for pulling early, but I'm not into, like, the whole hunt scene, so I can't... I don't know. Has to be someone who's done everything you can do? Probably. Oh, for sure. There's gotta be someone. We run specific Discord for the Huns, get themselves an unfair advantage. Alright. I'll look into it, because I would like more Aetheryte tickets. I have them set up so you'll only get grey hair and high blood pressure. It's okay, I dye my hair and I'm on blood pressure medication already, so I'm good. I have it set up so I automatically use an Aetheryte ticket if it costs over 800 gil to teleport. And because my FC basically always has the reduced Aetheryte cost buff on, it's very rare for things to cost over 800 gil. But obviously the Dawn Trail teleports will be more expensive, so we'll see. To summarize our findings, we now know that Master Pew-Pew's friend is safe and in the company of a Hanish gentleman. Very possibly here on this very isle. Oh, that does sound promising. Hi, Daddy. Father, you returned to the city. I trust this means your own investigation was successful. That it was. Although laying hands on the object of my desire has been a long and frustrating ordeal, to say the least. Much painstaking research revealed to me the existence of a hereditary Manderville relic. Within the slumbers the secrets of weapons augmentation. Yet though I turned our ancestral home upside down, I failed to unearth the artifact in question. The reason for its absence became clear when I chanced upon the journal of one of our forefathers. He wrote of a visiting scholar's keen interest in the relic and how he thus surrendered it into Charlian's safekeeping for study. The trail led me to Labyrinthos. As it turns out, the Charlians never did find any time to conduct their analysis. The custodian and I found the curio tucked away in a dusty corner of the Archaeon. Archaeon? I still don't know how to say it. Still awaiting processing. And here it is. An oddity every bit as perplexing as Godbrand's cipher-bound manual. How are we to liberate its hidden wisdom?
Oh, I can help you with that. These devices were made by the Mandervillians, a star-faring race with whom we once traded.
Come again? Starfaring?
Mandervillians? Yeah, a highly involved species with a mastery of advanced technologies. Our people shared ideas and inventions, so I'm quite familiar with your family's relic. If you so wish, I can have this device project whatever images were stored upon it. A darkened room would afford us the most clearest view, however. Let us retire to our room in comma and dim the lanterns. We must behold these secrets in optimal conditions. Yeah, what now? What did you just say? He's wearing more conservative pants than I am. I am a performance artist. I am an artist. Mandervillians. A coincidental naming, or is there some deeper connection? Yeah, of course they are. You know what? You're right. It makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't they be? Everyone comfortable? Let us see what the device has for us. I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Hello,
I don't know that
friend.
I'm ready for whatever
Artist,
this will show.
Cap, you just have ginger riz.
Fari, thank you so much. Thank you for the 44 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is very kind. And I'm very grateful. I am Hildibrand, wanderer of stars and a weaponsmith extraordinaire. First Lord of House Manderville.
This is the Godbrand? Our founding father?
I record this message that my descendants may know the truth of their cosmic origins. The tale is long, but I bid you watch until the very end. Heirs of mine, I am not a man born of this star, or even a man at all. I am of the Mandervillians, a race which hails from the far side of the Great Expanse. Holy shit. Mandervillians are parasitic symbionts. We can only survive by bonding with other life forms. Once our essence has taken root, we supplant the host's mind and strengthen its physical structures, imbuing our new form with a steel-like resilience. I knew there was something alien about that impossible imperviousness. Then, the conjoining of a compatible host bodies, we produce offspring which harbor the next generation of Mandervillians. This symbiotic variant eventually takes to the star in search of potential new vessels, adapting and multiplying. So it was that our race proliferated and spread throughout the cosmos. Until, tragically, our flourishing civilization was brought to an abrupt end. Every planet upon which we Mandervillians resided was visited by an inexplicable calamity. Our societies were brought to ruin by life forms suddenly twisted into horrific nightmares. Yeah. That sounds rather familiar. So even stars far removed in time and space were ravaged by the final days. Desperate to avoid the same fate, a comrade and I boarded a ship and fled upwards into the starry night. We flew and flew until we found a planet, your planet, untouched by the phenomenon. But the rigors of the journey had so damaged our craft that we were forced to make an uncontrolled descent. I alone crawled from the wreckage, badly injured and near death. But even as I resigned myself to perishing on this unfamiliar world, I was found by a man who had come looking for the falling star. As a rule, Mandervillians do not take intelligent life forms for hosts. After hearing my story, however, the sympathetic gentleman offered to become my vessel of his own accord. He was himself afflicted by an incurable malady, and with little time left to live, he seemed content to know that his ailing body could provide safe haven for another. With his blessing, I set about transferring my essence.
The man's form was revitalized and purged of its fatal frailty, yet the mind which dwelled within was now my own. Mother! I went on to build a new home for myself here, making use of my people's technology to ply the blacksmith's trade. I wed a local lass, and together we had a child. Although not pure Mandervillian, our offspring exhibits the same enhanced physiology. A boon I suspect shall be passed down for generations through the bloodline of House Manderville. My dear descendants, the folk of this star are most fragile. Yet the first man I encountered did demonstrate they are nevertheless capable of surpassing love and generosity. As the last of the Mandervillians, I have but one request to make of you. Pray employ your superlative attributes and my armory of Manderville ornaments for the benefits of these wonderful peoples whom I hold in the highest regard. What an astounding development! I, Hildibrand Halidor Maximilian Manderville, shall heed the passionate plea of my illustrious forebear. No case is too big nor too small, should it be in the service of my fellow man. He learns that he's descended from an extraterrestrial being, and he's still all business as usual. But, wait a minute. Then why is Lady Julian so monstrously strong? Is she a descendant of aliens too? Well, this is most unexpected. Never did it cross my mind that our esteemed ancestor might hail from beyond the heavens. But I do wonder if that self-same blood still runs thick in our veins. The family tree I glanced over some years ago suggests that. But that's unimportant. Is it? My present purpose remains unchanged. I will bring our Manderville weaponry to the peak of perfection, for Godbrand, and for the good of our star. And before I forget, I have a gift for you, Twigs. Pray await me at the Aetheryte Plaza, and I shall bring it to you forthwith. Also, I realized that Norik hasn't seen the original Manderville. Until you just saw it on the screen. So, the Hildibrand questline gives 3 emotes. It gives this, obviously. Naturally. Oh my god. It gives that, it gives the Manderville dance. And it gives the Manderville Mambo. Starboard in the background, like, this isn't the kind of shit that I decided to take with you. Oh, thank you, South. I'm very happy with my dancer outfit. I'm very, very happy with my dancer outfit. I think it turned out great. I like it. Literally the most intricate dance in the game. I don't want to do this IRL. I'm not a dancer. And yeah, as you can tell, this repeats infinitely. That repeats forever. Some truths can shatter the foundation of our beliefs when brought to light. But I have to say, this wasn't one of them. The more staggering discovery was that I have devoted readers in Charlian. Those who peruse my publications are allies against the ever-expanding webs of lies and deception. Without exception. I have misjudged the Charlian people. They are not collaborators or the architects of a conspiracy. They are but seekers of knowledge, unafraid to plumb the depths of the unknown. That Master Pew Pew, though, that one still has ulterior motives. I'll bet my life on it. Stand ready, for we shall have need of your strength when he shows his true colors. I hope you've not been waiting long. And yeah, I figured out that the mana rail weapons are the relic weapons. I knew that already because I keep seeing the mana rail weapons on, like, everyone. And they're named mana rail weapons. So I kind of knew already before I started this questline that that's how you get the the endwalker relic weapons. And apparently they're super simple to get. You just need like 6,000 tomestones, and that's easy peasy. That's easy peasy. So I think I'm gonna get that for my Reaper, because I think I'm playing Reaper through Dawn Trail. I'll probably like swap between a couple of classes, but Reaper is my only like flat level 90 class right now. So it makes sense to do it with Reaper. This is the gift I mentioned. Pew Pew? Master Pew Pew's earnest quest inspired me to indulge in a somewhat of clockwork craftsmanship between weaponsmithing sessions. I only thought it fitting that you be the one to care for this diminutive simulacrum. Consider it a memento of your adventures together. As for our Manderville weaponry project, your assistance is still very much welcome whensoever you can spare the time. Until then, my dear Twigs. Oh! Oh, I get my own little pew pew! A little pew pew! I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so pleased. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Thavnair. God damn it. Lord Von Hooty, I come with ill tidings. Professor Luge set an ambush for his nemesis, but was once more defeated. His current whereabouts are unclear. That blithering dolt!
Is that how he's making his fortune, by using the cloning tool of this? I don't think that you should do this. I think that this, on some level, like, there's an ethical problem here. I'm just gonna let you all know. I have some ethical issues with what's happening here. No matter. Preparations are well underway. The manifestation will proceed as planned. Ethics are an afterthought. The objective is to get filthy rich. This is true. Poetics are used for a lot of things. That's also true. You kind of have to prioritize what is more important to you. I'm not gonna sing along. I'm not a singer. I can't sing. We did it. We got through another patch. Hi, Barbos! OMG, I found you on YouTube. Are you real? I could be. I could, maybe. Hi, welcome. I'm so happy you found me on YouTube. I'm so pleased. I'm glad you found us. Where's my pew pew? Yes, of my own little pew pew. YouTube channel finally paid out. Hell yes. Guys, if you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. Make sure you go subscribe over there. I'm only 463 subscribers away from YouTube partner. So you should go subscribe to my YouTube channel. If every single one of you could get like 4 or 5 of your closest friends to subscribe as well, that would be great. That would be lovely. So to get partner 500. You do, but you get baby partner. I don't want baby partner. I want full partner. I want the real proper YouTube partner. So we need 1,000. We need to get to 1,000. Fake partner, yeah. And I'm not gonna like get fake baby YouTube partner and then brag about being a YouTube partner. I don't want to do that. I want the full thing right off the bat. So we need to get to 1,000 subscribers. We don't have any friends, only you. That would explain why so many of you spend so much of your time watching my stream. That would explain it. Can I tell y'all, the Cyberpunk playthrough is genuinely one of my more popular VODs. It has over 4,000 views. The first Cyberpunk VOD has over 4,200 views, and it's like consistently in like my top VODs. My top videos of the last 48 hours always has the Cyberpunk first playthrough day 1 video. So that's fun. Like, a lot of people seem to be genuinely enjoying the playthrough. And that's awesome. I love to see that. You're gonna watch the Cyberpunk VOD on my day off? Honestly, I loved my Cyberpunk playthrough. I thought that it was a great time. I had a blast playing through Cyberpunk. Will you be our girlfriend? No. All of us? That's too much. That's too much. No.
Found you the day that you failed the Jessie quest? Whoa, 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 whoa! Failed? Whoa, 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 whoa! I saved his penis, thank you very much. That man raided me like 4 days in a row just to ask me if I'd saved his penis yet. Please. Ah, Twigs, you're just in time to assist with my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlian revealed that Pew Pew's friend was in company of a Hanish alchemist. Yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Thavnair. I contacted my usual sources for local sightings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. I have thus switched tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely someone will have heard tale of the apothecary bold enough to set up shop in a Garlean battlefield. The inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet they have found no leads here in the city, or at the Great Work. I believe that they moved their investigation to Yevlimod, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I cannot have that little blue man muddying the waters when we're so close to grasping his master plan. Na 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 na. You Ravekin coming back to this? I'm sorry. I apologize. Alright. I don't control what happens here. Perhaps the spot of context is in order? No. No, I don't think so. No. I think we're fine. You found Twig the best way by your person. I still can't believe that that actually resulted in like people coming over here and watching. Crazy. Crazy timeline. Crazy timeline. I see the two of you are as eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. Ah, the long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we were just about to continue our investigation into the alchemist. We know to have been traveling with Master Pew Pew's comrade. I mean, that's to say, I'm merely following in the inspector's wake. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Brandihild. 'Tis wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you in any respect, for I am but a copy, and a flawed one at that. Stuff and nonsense. Clone or not, self-deprecation is unbecoming in a Manorville man. Exactly. The things you do are amazing. Oh, I don't know about that. 'Twas you who saved Twigs from certain doom, was it not? While not quite as electricious as mine, your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. 'Tis kind of you to accept me, rough edges and all. I only hope my meager contributions are of some small assistance. Too modest by half, I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. That's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves, I think. Let us spread out and learn what the locals know of this adventurous apothecary. Was there another dude? There was another dude, but he hasn't been back in a while. He hasn't been back in a bit. I want the fat chocobo so bad. Oh my god, I want the fat chocobo mount. You started following during Zelda playthrough? If I remember correctly though, PD, you started following, like, not because of the game, but because of a raid or something. Because I remember you were watching other people. You were watching other streamers before me. I'm glad you came to your senses. Do I know any apothecaries? In Ronsat-Han? Of course, more than I can count. I've not heard tell of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. It seems like a terrible idea to me, what with civil war raging and the world almost ending. The situation's improved in recent days, but even so, the Radiant Host still has to provide security for the cargo shipments. A lone merchant trading here alone? Impossible. I know of many merchants who travel abroad to ply their wares, but none who have business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate indeed to consider setting up shop in that troubled land. I mean, word is we've signed some kind of trade agreement with the Garleans, but it's still not the kind of place where one simply wanders in and opens a street stall. I don't know anything about stalls. None. Nothing. Nada. Got her through a Nook Raider 20. Man, I miss having some form of discoverability. I miss the discoverability of my stream team. Back then, I was actually getting like a decent amount of stream growth. Good times. Yes, I know of the one whom you speak. A fellow fisherman once told me of a friend of his, an apothecary, who set off a war-torn Garlemald to sell his medicines. A reckless fool, if you ask me. I have no interest in the affairs of such men, but you do, I take it. If so, I suggest you head to Isaki and hear the tale for yourself. Look for a red-haired lad there gathering shellfish. And the ass licking. Dude, I felt so valuable. I felt like people actually wanted something to do with me back then. Man, I miss being important. Man. Ah, twigs. I hope your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. For legal purposes, I'm joking. A little bit. Oh, a good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this felicitous fisherman. I can speak. Pew Pew doesn't even leave footprints, that's very cute. The story of my apothecary friend. Oh, you must mean Baharasov. Well, I was near enough to calling it a day anyway, so here's what I can tell you. Baharasov comes from a very poor family, and growing up never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. After trying his hand at a succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most gil. But his stock never sold as well as he hoped. So when he heard about the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicines. Huh, more like the best place for near-death experiences. He soon gave up on his Garlemald venture, but while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune, Baharasov was practically euphoric when I saw him again. A gods-given blessing he'd found in the snowfields had given him much cause to celebrate. He said he'd learned how to create gold. I must admit, I laughed at first. But then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff. Enough to proclaim himself a merchant price. He even changed his name to Von Hudi. A word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. A name I have heard! He's a rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping up commercial ventures left and right? Yes. Von Hudi has certainly made his ambitions known here in Thavnair. Especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Yedlimod. The dockmasters declined to sell, of course, but when it comes to buying historic landmarks, a bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he converted the Gilded Araya into a private abode, and has been filling it with every rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artworks depicting the goddess Asura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper at first, even as a child. My first Guild Wars 2 character was an Asura. I have encountered much Mansuya and Murgat lore in Radzat-Han, yet I recall no mention of this Asura. Well, that's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she's not well loved by the common folk. Baharasaf is different, though. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and it is to Asura whom he prays for victory. And damn me if she didn't listen. That once poor boy became merchant royalty. A man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for simple fishermen, even those who were once dear friends. If you excuse me, I really must leave it at that. These clams won't sell themselves, you know? How about that, huh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were one and the same. Might we assume that the blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupants? Sorry to intrude, but aren't you the hero who helped us when folk were turning into beasts? Well, some nasty-looking creature just showed up outside of town. One of our guards went to confront it, but I don't like her odds against that thing. That sounds like a case for Inspector Hildibrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. Your best memory is calling me Vidkun during the longest journey stream. Thing is, I don't remember the context of that, but I remember exactly the scene that was happening when you did. I remember the exact... Oh, god damn it. I remember exactly where I was in the game. I thought you destroyed that monster! I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, shiny skull man? Lesson? What are you on about? Ugh, cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Von Hudi's orders are to seize trouble at the port, and I'm running behind schedule. Von Hudi? The merchant who tried to buy Yedlimod? So he put you up to this. Curses. How did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You blurted it out. Silence! No one who learns of our scheme can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms! 3 more sinister skullmen! Was that doctor a quadruplet? Mommy? We haven't seen her yet! There she is. Mother? I love her. Vexatious vermin! This will soften you up. Well, of course, naturally. Obviously. Ugh, a lucky hit! Why is it always the goblin? One last pitch. Bring it. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Oh my god. So that's baseball, volleyball, basketball, and blitzball that we've covered in the Hildibrand questline. What are they gearing up for? What are they preparing for? What do you think? If we were to guess, like, what this is gonna lead to... Not adding blitzball. Warmonger, thank you for hanging out! I really appreciate it! Have a lovely night. Enjoy your collection of balls. Enjoy. I'm just saying, there's an awful lot of ball sports going on in this, this quest line. An awful lot of ball sports. It's gotta be for a reason. I've come to expect father's sudden appearances, but what brings you here, mother? A proposition from that merchant Von Hootie, as a matter of fact. I'm accompanying your dad as a manager from Manorville and Manorville. We were just on our way to that bloke's mansion. I've already refused Master Von Hootie once before, when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerns offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices. It is quite an attractive offer considering fine jewelries are stock in trade. And we thought to at least listen to his proposal. But, if he would purposefully command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port... We can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. Where did those lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking, weaponized brute manufactory around here somewhere? As I suspected. My ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. So you can copy inorganic materials as well. How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed an object's molecular structure, it can generate any number of copies. Yet, it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of ether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Core, you sure do know a lot about a lot, Inspector Brandyhild. Even alien starships! This is no great achievement. As I mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with data from the starship's own archives, which included the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, is it possible Van Hoody is using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold? We share the same suspicion, Master Delion. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Of course, 'tis the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Van Hoody is either threatening or deceiving Master Pupu's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. Our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of his extraterrestrial hostage. If the Nazi edition plays Ball 3 Gildy, it should be a hug personally. I'd be so fucking happy. I'd be so fucking happy. I am not from Ireland. No. Incorrect. I get that a lot though. I do get that a lot, but I am from Norway. Do you have any tips for making a cup of instant coffee suck less? Not really. Not really. Microwave. I was recently given, Lanfer sent me an AeroPress. It doesn't use instant coffee though, but it makes pretty good coffee. It makes pretty good coffee very easily. But I don't have any tips for instant coffee, I'm afraid. Norway! Yes way. An empty cup and no instant coffee. Do I know Magnus Mythba? No, I don't. There are enough of us that I don't know every person. There's enough of us that I don't actually know every Norwegian. I know a few of them. PewDiePie from Norway? I don't think that's... I don't think so. I think he's from Sweden. I think he's Swedish. Guys, I have to take a short break. I'm sorry to break up this this conversation. You guys can continue to discuss it amongst yourselves. That's fine. I have to take a short break though. I gotta take my boy out for a quick pee. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna let the ad break play, and I'm gonna take my dog out real quick. And then I'll be back as soon as I can be. I don't know why this is the focus of the idle cam right now, but there you are. There, that's what you get. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Why does it keep focusing on this thing? I don't understand. I don't understand. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, welcome back to you all. Hello! Alright. Let us carry on. It was a striking dummy. The striking dummy was right here on the other side. For some reason, the idol cam decided that that was the most important thing. Alright, let's carry on. Should I help this person? Do you think they're doing the same quest as me? Do you think that they're also doing Hildy? It will never not make me laugh how much people hate my, because I voice scream. It's exclusively the reason why I'm never gonna change it, is because other people hate it so much. It annoys, whenever I'm in like an alliance raid, it annoys everyone. Not me though. I think it's hilarious. I think it's real funny. Nothing can make me tolerate something more than other people disliking it. Exactly. That's how I live my life. I couldn't be a streamer if that wasn't the case. We must confront this malicious merchant as ones. If your heart is set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Von Hootie's invitation included a private airship to fight to his new estate. Aye, we still need to formally reject his deal anyways, and his pilot will be awaiting. It is specifically a catgirl voice. It is, I think it's catgirl voice number 5. I think is specifically the one. You can't see any reason why the voice is annoying. I just love how loud it is. Like, you can hear it. If you're doing an alliance raid with 24 people, you can hear it over any other voice. I never notice any other person's voice except for mine. I stand out in a crowd. And I think it's really funny. Oh! I think I know what this is! I think I know what this is. I think this is the mount. I think that this is the... I think this is the UFO mount! Ah! I wanted it for so long. Shall we be on our way? We're to meet Von Hootie's pilot atop the rise to shout of Kajaya's footsteps. I wanted this for so long. Is a hug from mommy? I hope so. I hope it's a hug from mommy. Oh, my little wobbly pig. Best feature of Dawn Trail is the wobbly. Best feature of the whole expansion. Look at the mount! It's so cool! I've been seeing this thing since, like, I started playing the game, and I've always been envious. I've always wanted it. I think that's one of the more exciting things for me about being... It's both, like, the most exciting thing and slightly disappointing. It's getting to endgame and then realizing that the mounts that I wanted so badly that I thought were like super exclusive, like difficult to get because they're so cool, that you get them from just doing the main story, and they're like the easiest thing to do. It's both amazing because it means that I'm getting them, and also a little bit disappointing because I thought that they were like more exclusive. I have gotten the Porksy King mount. I do have the little Porksy King. I didn't get it myself, but Maji was kind enough to get it and give me a code for it. So I got the little Porksy King. I love him. I love him so much. I love him. It's like how unhinged some of the mounts are. Some of them are so ridiculous. I love it. Yeah, I don't know which class. Maybe got Crafters. Crafters because it's a Manderville mount? Goldsmith? Goldsmith. It has to be the Goldsmith mount, right? I don't know what combat job it would be. I don't know. I've been talking about this, how I want to have, in addition to having like a separate look for every job, I want to have a separate mount that goes with every job. So like I want the Amaro mount for my warrior because obviously I don't know about any others. I don't know. I don't have like a bunch of plans for the others, but I'd like to have just a separate mount for every job. I think that would be really cute. A themed job for every job. A themed job for every job? I'm doing so good. The Porksy King would obviously be one of the healers. Like, one of the healers needs to have the Porksy. There is a dragon. I do have... Yeah, Midgar Storm for Dragoon, obviously. Clearly, this is the Dragoon mount. Yeah, I think it would be nice to just have a custom mount for every job so that, like, it fits within the theme that I want. It got delayed to mid-August over here because the codes didn't arrive on time. That's very sad. I'm glad you're getting a chance to do it regardless, though. If we could set hairs, mounts, and minions as sets, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I'd love to have, like, separate minions and accessories. I haven't bought any of the wings yet. And that's very intentional. Because I don't want to use any of the wings for every job. What I would love is to be able to use specific wings for specific jobs. But there's no way of doing that. You either have them or you don't. Like, I'd love to use this for my gatherers. I'd love to have this as just my gathering accessory. That's so cute. Like, that's fucking adorable, but I don't want to use this for every job. So I wish so bad that that was also an option. I'd love to have, like, the fairy wings for my scholar, for example. I'd love that. You want a skateboard mount? I could totally see that being a thing. Or just, like, a regular bicycle. There are so many options. There are so many things that they could add that would be so fun and so cool. There are so many things that they could add. Like, the options are endless. And boundless possibilities, one might say. A bike with pew pew in the basket! Yeah. We thought that had more mounts in the game. I honestly thought that there were way more! I genuinely thought that there were way more, because one of the things that I really enjoy about this game is that because of how much variety there is, it's not that common that you see, like, if you have a group of people, like for example a hunt train where there's like 100 people gathering, you don't see that many repeated mounts. You don't see a lot of repeated mounts, you don't see a lot of repeated minions. you don't see a lot of repeated titles. That's another thing that I really appreciate. Like, there's enough variety that you really don't see that much repeated. So I thought that there were way more in total, I'm gonna be honest. You can't count to 10, so you wouldn't know what's repeated. Well, I don't know how many people show up for hunt trains, I just threw out a number. There's probably a really ridiculous amount for the Dawn Trail ones, but I haven't seen those yet, so I don't know. Lady Godbert, Lady Julian. And Entourage. Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted they come along, desperate as they were to meet with the illustrious Master von Hooty. I see. One moment, if you please. 700 plus people in an instance? Jesus Christ, man. Lord Von Hooty should be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray step aboard and I shall take you there directly. Welcome, honored guest, to my humble abode. I trust the view is to your liking. Since you traveled all the way from distant Ul'dah, a pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. And what an unexpected boon this is. I had been debating when to extend you a personal invitation. But now that you're here, now here you are. Like a wish come true. Save your act for the magistrates, Von Hooty. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. God. You will cease this exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Pew Pew at once! Unraveled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations, then. This is Master Pew Pew, I presume. I do have his fellow alien here with me, yes. As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit to duplicating a quite frankly obscene amount of gold. But that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapons in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let us get straight to the point. I want you at my side. With the vaunted Warrior of Light as a template for my clone army, we could conquer this and every other land in creation. That's a lot of potential power. That's just... And it would all be me, right? It would be... Here's the thing. If we clone a bunch of me's, we kill this dude, and we rule the world. Just saying, we can do it. But, I mean, this is probably the right answer. Like, I refuse categorically and empathetically. But... I should probably refuse. It is the right thing to do to refuse. I really want to see what happens, though. I do kind of want to know what happens. Like, think about the possibilities. Petey, get your mind out of the gutter. I'm talking about literally taking over the world. Get your mind out of the gutter. Hi, Boogie! Hello! Hello, hello, thank you. I like her. I like her a lot. Actually, we're in the middle of trying to figure out whether or not I should clone myself into a billion of me and take over the world. This isn't MSQ, by the way. You're not. This isn't. Also, this is such abstract stuff that it won't... It's not really spoilers. This is so abstract and not MSQ. Did the choice make a difference in the story? No, it's just flavor text. It doesn't make a difference. I should say no. I know it's the right thing to do. A pity. Yet I anticipated you would prove an impediment to my ascension. Yes. It seems the time has come to test Lugai's ritual of manifestation. But also, yeah, Hildibrand spoilers. If you care a lot about Hildibrand spoilers, then get out, because I think this is the last quest of the endwalker, Hildy. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower holds not only mundane treasures, but also caches of crystal. As for the requisite congregation of worshippers, well, I had but to clone myself. After all, who is more devoted to my cause and my goddess than me? I should have chosen the other one. I should have said yes. Divine Asura, take up thy blades and wage war upon my unearthly rival. Uh-oh. Wait, is this a trial? Yes? Oh boy. If I remember correctly, the Hildibrand trials have traditionally kicked my ass. Nay, Hildibrand. Against a primal, we may be more of a hindrance than help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence. This will... Oh boy. Okay. I'ma first try it. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. Oh boy. Yo! Oh no, she's hot. Oh no! Why are there Pikmin on screen? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is so cool! I'm definitely not doing this as DPS though. Definitely not doing that as DPS. If anyone want to do this with me, send me a whisper, I'll invite you to party. If anyone is on and is on the right server and everything, invite to party. Fuck off. Giant monster with multiple arms and disappears. Yeah, she's hot. She's literally hot. They just have to travel with the lockdown. It probably is. Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Is this the Lakshmi arena? I don't think so. It looks similar. Man, I love the Lakshmi fight. Boy, I love the Lakshmi fight. This arena's cool, though. Very cool. Do you have the courage to tell a primal that she's ugly? But she's not ugly. She's not ugly. 56 people in queue. That'll be fast. This morning when I logged in, there were 9. It was down to 9 people. I think that's the fewest amount I've ever seen. Throw a rock at it, that'll drop it. You're not wrong. You know what? You're not wrong. Alright. Invite to party. I got you, I got you. I got you! Okay. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where do I Alright. Oh, let us, maybe I should be healer. No, I don't want to be healer. Healer on a new trial is so much pressure. It's so much pressure. I'd rather be able to take a few hits. I'd like to be able to withstand a few missed mechanics. You remember nothing about this fight? Then we are on equal footing. You do this before fans close down work. You're ecstatic to get the final hits before boss music? I bet. Oh, I bet. I mean, I'm probably gonna die. It's been a minute since it's a fun one. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I'm also very excited about like every fight in Dawn Trail. I'm excited for things to be shook up a little bit. Let's thank for that armor glam. I'm not a fan of the look of armor. I typically don't like the look of armor, and also I'm going on summer vacation. Going on summer vacation. It's also why my scholar look is this, because it's summer vacation time. Island Sanctuary shorts. I love all the shorts that they're giving me in Island Sanctuary. I've been missing having some good-looking shorts. And they've been providing. They've been delivering in Island Sanctuary, and I'm very excited. It's almost like they were preparing for the beach episode. It's almost like they were like, hey, the next expansion, we're going on summer vacation, so be dressed appropriately. And I'm just following orders. I'm just doing what they told me to. The less you wear, the more armor you have. Yeah. I'm a woman in a Japanese RPG, so the less I'm wearing, the more protected. I don't like being bulky, exactly. Sasha gets it. Sasha gets it. I don't like being bulky. You're 3 million away from 100 pixel. This might be the one. This might be the one. Don't know if I slap with figuratively and literally. I believe it. You'll wear more armor to create equilibrium. That's fine. That's fine. Do whatever it is you wish to do. Go through warrior armor, immediately glamored it, as you do. As one does. I don't want to be like a bulky, heavy armor person. Literally, in my, in Guild Wars 2, you can't just change your role. You can't just change what job you have. You select it when you create your character, and that's what you're stuck with. And I have a character in Guild Wars 2 who is a Revenant, and that's heavy armor. And if I ever go back to Guild Wars 2, I think I'm gonna create a new character just because I don't want to have heavy armor. I don't want to be a heavy armor person. You don't have as many choices for like things to glamour to in Guild Wars 2. Like all of the other options are just other heavy armor. I think I have a screenshot of her somewhere. Hang on. Has image. I've definitely sent a screenshot to someone of my of my Guild Wars 2 character. That's what she looks like. That's the heavy armor. It was one of the best pieces of heavy armor that I could find. I think it's a good look. I think it's a good look. You're a Revenant, you said that set also? I don't like the bulkiness. I don't like, it's still too bulky for my liking. It's still a little bit too, and I don't mean like too like high coverage or anything. I just mean that it's too bulky. That's what I don't like about it. Hey! Hello, hello. Is it just me that does not want to get horny while playing games? I mean, it takes a little bit more for me. It takes a little bit more for me to get going, personally. But like, you do you. Hi, Morg! Hello! My dancer glam is on the line? Disagree. I think my dancer glam just looks cool. I think it just looks cool. Come on, it said 5 minutes when we started. It said 5 minutes. It's been almost 8. Where are healers? Where are these healers at?
Be interesting to see the demographic if you purchase which cosmetic in the game. Did you belong to a certain gender group or something? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like 8C. Morg, I considered earlier today going out on the terrace in the sun, and then I used a laser thermometer to measure the temperature of the floor out on the terrace, on the wooden floor on the terrace, and it was like 52 Celsius. I did not go out on the terrace. I stayed indoors. I don't have one of those, my dad does. What the fuck am I gonna use a laser thermometer for? Let's fucking go! I think Reginald is main tanking. That's fine by me.
Asura, and on battle I
Fine by me.
have you the courage and strength to face me?
I do actually.
Will you dodge or will you bleed? The frail shall fall. You've not time to blink.
What does that mean? Oh, that's what that means. I see.
Tremble before the might of the minutiae. Come forth, embodiment of carnage. Revel on the bloody field of war. The spirit of battle awakens. Sharp is the lesson. The weak shall perish.
Oh, I'm not one of the weak ones, so I'll be fine.
Hear the gleaming edge.
Ow.
Unmerciful light shine upon you. Behold the six-fold blade.
Yep. I did great. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I did so good.
Fury be my strength. I will scatter your bones. Show me your steel. Light shine upon you. Show me your steel.
Ooh! Uh-oh. That's okay. That's okay. I only have one stat. I can live with that.
Behold the six-fold blade.
I disagree with taking damage there, by the way. I disagree. I flat out disagree with damage I took. Uh-oh. We're out of healers. That's a problem.
The pace of battle is ever-changing.
We straight up ran out of healers.
Is your downfall. I will scatter your bones. Will you dodge or will you bleed?
I got you, dude. I got you.
You've not time to blink. Show me your steel.
G. Easy. No deaths, I told you. And that is exactly why I prefer playing these as a warrior. That is exactly why I'll play new trials as a warrior, because I can eat those stacks. I can absorb all of them. And I managed to keep the other tank healed. I also managed to heal the other tanks towards the end there, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm feeling pretty good about how that went. If I had gone in as a healer, I would have been dead like 10 times over. I would have been dead repeatedly. I'm the first Tri Queen. I'm the first Tri Queen. That was a very fun fight, though. You know what? It was a very fun fight. I like that compared to the previous expansions. They really step up, like, the, not necessarily just the difficulty, but just, how engaging they are. I think a lot of the early game trials are a little bit boring. And I feel like the later into the game we get, the more just engaging they are. The more stuff happens, the more you have to actually pay attention. And I think that that's fun. I think that that's fun. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good show, Twigs! It would seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. And even as we speak, Mother and Father should be informing the Radiant host of that despicable Von Hoodie's wrongdoings. The Divine Asura. Defeated! Turn the wheel! We flee for now! Damn right. Who is flying the starship without my permission? That treasure is mine, and mine alone! You called your vessel, Master Pew Pew! No, I did not. It's my friendship! Yay! We did it! We did it! We found them! At last! The moment of sweet reunion is at hand! I am so relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did. At first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. So, in return, I replicated whatever trinkets he desired, and taught him of the basics of starship technology. But that resulted to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of his star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out of the jungle, and left me there to die. Slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction. And then I came back to reclaim my property. The experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient life forms here are dull-witted, cruel, and entirely unsuited to peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion! It's the only way to guarantee your survival! No! They're not all like that! These ones have been nothing but kind to me! Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back! We have to strike first before they show their true colors! The ship's reactor core has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized. And we're all in the vicinity. Brandahill to the rescue. No! Think, damn it! Oh, if I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse a considerable distance to the starship. But I can't conceive of no logical solution. I was going to say, they're gonna do the father-son thing! Inspector Brandahild, you must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated that Lord Godbert's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion. Yet, there is a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw, and I have no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildibrand, it is you who must fling me. Skyward, as only a Manderville can! I lost my grip. Stop it. Swimming time. Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift in posture should generate enough lift and precessional motion to... Yes, I can still make it. I don't think that this is how physics work. I've never stopped them before. Fair point, fair point. You know what? You're right. I should... My bad. Carry on. It's too late. The reactor is going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Brandahild. Inspector Brandahild! Our brief time together was more than any deflective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends. He could have pushed the button and then let go! He didn't have to stay, he didn't have to keep clinging on! Holy fucking shit, dude. Is this case closed for Inspector Brandahild? Nay, my loyal assistants.
As a chip of the old gentleman, our dear Brandahild has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again. Mark my words. You rescued me, even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. Even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends and earn your forgiveness. But alas. There is naught to forgive. With his blocky constitution, Inspector Brandahild will be just fine, I assure you. And as a friend of Master Pew Pew, you are a friend of ours. What are a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? Our home planet. It was lost to the phenomenon you call the final days. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to a search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find, whether it was populated or not. If the native beings were hospitable, we could live peacefully alongside them. If not, then we were prepared to claim a new home by force. And so it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet. Lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos, I blundered into a mundane war zone where I was promptly shot out of the sky. The rest you already know. Having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communications received no answer. That's when I met you, Inspector Hildibrand. Those touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts. Given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that, in a sense, we fell prey to that despair after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses, an outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. That said, there's nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much to ask for us to live here, on your star? Well, of course you must stay! And I suspect you'll be wishing to repair your damaged vessel. You dumbass. You absolute dumbass. Mommy! Oh, Inspector, not again! Wait for me! Oh, never a dull moment around our Hildibrand. At least we needn't worry if the ship crashes. Not with an impervious Mandervillian on board. Ah, funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Manderville family tree, it was made clear that a lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Holy shit, is he half alien? Oh my god. Hi, Crystal Cunt! Hello! Oh. My mind went immediately. Of course Delian is, like, a descendant, a secret descendant as well. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of Godbrand? The alien progenitor of the Manderville line? Then how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentlemanly technique, it is not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's bloodline be broken, House Manderville shall live on through us. If the begoggled boy can't swallow that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be that you and Hildy have tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh, if that's true, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. I love her so much. Everything appears to be under control here, so let's return to the city, shall we? Holy shit. Crystal Cunt, have you played this? Because you said that you're weak for games that make you cry a lot. Once more I do find myself hurtling at superlative speeds towards an unknown destination. Another day. Another thrilling case for Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. La, 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 la. You would also play the more you watch, the more you're like, dude, it's so good. All I'm gonna say is this game has made me cry more than any game I've ever played in my life. This game has repeatedly had me, like, ugly sobbing. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna tell you. In this game has had me crying. Can't confirm. It's not even funny. It's not even funny how much this game has made me cry. So, like, if you want a game that will really, like, make you sad and make you feel things, this is it. This is the game for you. The questline we're doing right now is not representative of that. This questline, I think we're wrapping up like the final quest now, but like this is not representative of those emotions. This is like the silly quest in this game. The ones where they just go like completely crazy and just get real silly with it. Let's just Steam wish list. There's a free trial. There's a free trial where you can play the first 2 full expansions for free for as long as you want to. For free. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. For free! Yeah, it has a very expansive free trial. Milk it for all it's worth. Honestly, there's so much game time in the free trial, it's not even funny. You can literally play the free trial for hundreds of hours. Yeah, it's crazy how much there is in the trial, so if you ever feel like you want to check it out, I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. Not sponsored. Thanks to an enlightening conversation with Master Pew Pew on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. You needn't neglect any your other commitments, of course, but I would welcome your continued cooperation. And with that, I bid you good day. Thank you all for looking out for our beloved son. I'm sure him and his blocky lad'll be back for more cases before you know it. You've gone above and beyond for us, Twigs. So I'd like you to have one of the replicated starships! Yes! It doesn't have the duplication facility or other such technologies on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call in whatever you wish. Yes. As for the two of us, we've decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. So this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. Bye, Maji. Safe drive home. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. It seems Pupi wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to this investigation, Twigs. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Charlian, and even travel to the surface of the moon in search of the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. But this world yet harbors its share of the strange and the inexplicable, not the least of which is the source of Hildibrand's impossible physiology. If not an alien, then... mayhap he's a product of a hyper-advanced civilization from some distant past. The descendants of some gruesome biological experiment. Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Meanwhile? No? Yeah, be sure to download the free trial on Steam. Hang on, I'll link it for you. This is the one you want. That's the one you want, not the one that is called Final Fantasy XIV. That's the one that you want. Or get it from the Square Enix website. Whichever you prefer. Whichever works the best for you. Someone please get rid of him. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. If he's training, if he's like working out for something, at least let me fight him. If you're doing this, at least let me have like a physical fist fight with him. Please, I'm begging you. I want to fist fight a creepy stalker. He deserves that. What is going on?
How did he live? How did he... You know what? I'm asking questions again. Why am I doing that? I should know better. I should know better than to be asking questions. Ah, unidentified flying gentleman. We did it. But more importantly... But more importantly, though, Mounds Guide. Hell yeah. Yes! Yes! It's so dumb. It's so silly. I love it so much. I love it so much. It's finally mine! Mostly give you a number you can't fly. It's just like this when you can't fly, just walking on the ground. Oh, it's so silly. I love it. It's so silly. Alright, I don't have enough to get the first tier of the relic weapon. I need 1500. I could run some fates, but the question is, do I... Fates? Roulettes? The question is, do I really want to do that? Not really. Not like... I don't super want to do that. That's it for Hildibrand, though. That means no more Hildibrand until they add more Hildibrand in Dawn Trail. At this point in time, I have no more Hildibrand to do. I'm done. I'm caught up. I'm fully caught up on Hildibrand. Now, what is next? Question. Start the raid. I don't want to start the raid now because I'm not going to be streaming for much longer anyway. I don't want to start the thing and then get like, and then only do like an hour of it before I have to end. I'd like to do it in like consecutive times. Mission in Mordona, the Crystal from Beyond. Which one's which? Is it these two? Because I know they said that one was in the annex. I remember getting a notification for that during MSQ. Outside one is normal raid, inside is alliance. Okay. Perfect. Beautiful. Which one do you recommend I do first? Is there a consensus on which one I should do first? I did get the UFO mount! I got him! I got the UFO! Alliance raid intro takes a while. Maybe we could have it ready for the next stream. Okay, normal gets going the quicker. I'm okay with doing like all of the story and everything on stream. I'm perfectly happy to do that. People keep dying, and Yuna keeps dancing. I'm perfectly happy to do like all of the story and everything on stream. I don't mind doing that, even if it takes a while. How about tomorrow?
I see how I feel, whether I feel like a longer stream or a shorter stream, and I determine it based on that, which one we start with. I know a quest we can do, though. I know a quest we can end the night with. I know a quest that I haven't done yet that people said that I should do. Ah! You didn't tell me it was alpha! How long is this? This is gonna make me cry, isn't it? Oh, this is gonna make me cry, because this is a series. This is a chain. That's a picture. Not too long. Okay. 2 quests. We'll do this then to wrap up the night. I haven't done this. No, I haven't done this yet. I haven't. Hi, Jesse. I haven't done this yet. I'm kind of. If we stream for another like 20 minutes or so, we can raid into Twerkules, who's doing Omega today. This would be a. I'm gonna cry. Oh no, this is gonna make me cry. The little boy! I definitely need Alpha out for this. I definitely do. Oh no! Oh no! Guys, every time I see Alpha out in the world, and I've seen him a few times now. I've met him a few times out in the world now, and every single time, it makes me cry. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Every single time I see this boy out in the world, I stop everything that I'm doing, and it takes me like 20 minutes to continue doing whatever I was out doing, because I just have to stop and just spend some time with him. I miss him so much. I miss him so much. Fine, we'll do this. We'll do this to wrap up. You just wanted to say goodnight, but you can't miss out on Twiggy crying. Fine. Ugh, that's blown the cobwebs away. Time to return to work. Goodness me, look who it is! How incredibly serendipitous that I would run into you, of all people. I was part of the team which designated the Ragnarok, you see, and we recently begun the process of combing through the vessel's flight log data. The primary objective of your journey to Ultima Thule was to save our star, and countless others, of course, but it also provided us with an invaluable trove of information. Records of places and events that we could only dream of. Your safe return gave us much to be thankful for. And so it happens, one of the things that we pulled from the log was a transmission of unknown origin. Something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. We believe it to have been an audio message, but even our most talented linguists have been unable to decipher the language. For a while there, it seemed like we must escape defeat. But today might be the day that we finally solve the mystery. If you were so inclined, would you care to come along to Thomasing? It seems fitting to have one of the Ragnarok's original passengers present to hear history being made. She made herself cry last night hoping for Blitzball too hard. I wish so much that I could refute that. I wish so much that I could be like, no. I didn't cry by getting myself excited about Blitzball in this game and then realized that that's probably not gonna happen. That didn't happen. Even though they literally animated the eject shot in the game? What? No. You think I cried that easily? Please.
Not me. I don't think anyone thinks that. I don't think anyone thinks that at all. I've never cried, like, ever. I have never. I don't even know what crying is. It's barbaric. Ah, there you are. This is where we're to meet the engineers from the Garland Ironworks, who, I am told, potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. They should be along any moment. Sorry we're late. We had some trouble finding the right... Gods, is that you, Twigs? Yes, the woman herself. I ran into her at the harbor and thought if anyone deserved to hear the message deciphered, it was Twigs Leafhunter. No argument here, but bugger me if you don't have an act for being in the right place at the right time. This actually has more to do with you than you might think, so please do stick around. Shall we pick up from where we left off then? As I was saying, we think this transmission the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit in a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here. Considering we received the message out in the Great Expanse, its origin was likely some distant star. How very fitting, given the questline we just finished. Unfortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short. Thus, we were resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. One of my colleagues, however, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineer who had been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight into our seemingly impossible problem. Do you know what Wedge said when he heard what was going on? We should have Omega listen to it. I bet it can tell us what the message means. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. He's talking about that toy that trundles around with Alpha. The little model we made. He's so cute. We originally decided to follow a chosen target and not much else. But I've seen it act in ways that, well, it's like it has a mind of its own. Then I got to thinking about those documents that you lot sent to the chief. The full report on the final days. In the part about Omega Civilization, it said that their people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. Timing being what it was, I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model, right before you put an end to the real one. It's the boy! So, in an effort to get to the bottom of that, as well as take a crack at this indecipherable message, we decided to make some modifications. With help from Labyrinthos technicians, we've upgraded our toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. Oh, I missed you so much! We played the transmission for Omega and I think it's ready to share. The way he always looks at me, you don't understand. Every single time I go meet Alpha out in the wild, he always stares at me like this and then he smiles. That's why I keep... That's why I keep getting delayed every time I meet him. I just have to stand there and just be with him for a while. Because he looks so happy to see me. Hang on, I have pictures. I have pictures of this. Look at how he looks at me every time. Every time I see him, he stares at me like this. And he's so happy. He's so happy. I love him so much. We played the transmission for Omega, and I think it's ready to share. Oh, I love you. I love you so much. Are you in there, Omega? Affirmative. If by Omega you are referring to my consciousness, rather than my entire former chassis, existing inside this considerably smaller frame. Prediction. You will formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with a mortal infant. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I am rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possess will also be lost. Why am I getting flashbacks to, the AI overlord god in, Stasis? Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment before my annihilation in the rifts, I re-examined my directives. If I am to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journey for improvement for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Oh, I'm definitely not ready for this. Well, there you have it. And it's not wrong about its combat capabilities. It'd be more likely to damage itself than the thing that it was trying to attack. That's Link. Link in a nutshell. But let us not forget the reason we brought you. The reason we brought you here in the first place. What about the transmission they played for you? Could you recognize the language? I'm not crying, you're crying. Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pan-Galactic Basic. Oh, sweet, precious little boy. Pan-Galactic Basic? A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the world we have conquered. Which means you can finally tell us what the message said. That is a language you understand, yes? I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectal codings. Boop. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the reports on the final days. If anyone mentions my Rimworld base, you are banned from chat. I am aware that my home star, the one you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Meteon's meeting. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections. But he's sitting. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but I now comprehend the concepts, in theory. What fails to compute is why the Omicrons were not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have had no influence on a race which possesses no heart. And yet, Sir expressed to Meteon a desire to cease existing. Illogical.
I must pursue this anomaly further until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. I can't cry because he's sitting. But he's so sleepy. But he's so sleepy. Look at the little boy. Look at the... To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections on the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Twig's Leaf Hunter, as one who experienced the ravages of ultimate despair on multiple fronts, and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeat. She is the optimal choice to fulfill this role. So we either agree to your conditions, or you tell us nothing. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like this, Twigs. If you have the time and the patience to spare, we'd all be grateful if you could humor the choice demands. Oh, my little boy. Has Alpha dozed off? I suppose the subject was a bit technical. Boop! Arouse yourself, Alpha! You must listen to and consider these matters, even as I must. Quack. Let him sleep. Just let him sleep. Why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that has the things that Omega wants to ask about. It will make explaining stuff easier, for one, and also help keep Alpha awake and alert. Quack! 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 Oh, I love you so much. You don't understand. You don't understand. I love him so much. He's genuinely my favorite character in this entire game. I've decided. Maji asked me the other day, like, who's my favorite NPC in this whole game? And I didn't really have an answer because I have a lot of favorites. It's Alpha. It's Alpha. You know this plush for sale for him? I do know, and I have considered buying him. I have very much considered it. It's just shipping and import fees just make him so expensive. So he will be mine one day. He will be mine one day. He's just very expensive. I think I looked into it, and I think it's like $80 or $90 for me to get him. Minimum. And I'm not saying that that's not worth it. I'm not saying that that's not worth it. I'm just saying I don't really have the disposable income for that at the time. So one day, he will be mine. You never finished the Omega stuff? Oh, you should. Oh, you should. It's so good. It's legitimately so good. I highly recommend. I see you have chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are 3 elements of the report of which I desire clarification. The first of these concerns a progression of the final days in Ranzat-Han. I recognize no pattern in those who succumbed to the transformation and those who did not. It's a bit of a trek if you wanted to chat with the locals. Now, how about we lend you an airship? We do not require such outmoded technology. Twigs' teleportation spell is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. This chassis is a model, essentially a toy. And Alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion, we qualify as material possessions. Pick us up and you can teleport the 3 of us to our destination.
Please do. Please, please pick them up. If we do not get an animation for picking them up, I'm gonna be so sad. Come on! Please. You're literally not even touching them. You're literally not. You're not holding them. I love him so much. Hey, Dark Wolf, you did. We beat it about like half an hour ago. I got my little, finally got my little UFO. Finally got it. We did the whole thing. I'm very pleased. Very happy. Beep. Sensors indicate that we have arrived at Ranzathan. Objective. Identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis. Unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the corporation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? Understood. Comma set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview. Are they gonna follow me? Am I gonna have them running after me? What if I never beat this quest? What if I never... What if I leave this quest unbeaten forever? What if I did that? So I can have these with me forever. What if I did that? Alpha chirps enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Run into Alpha in the world? I have run into real Alpha in the world several times, and every single time I do, I get like 20 minutes delayed in what I'm supposed to be doing, because I have to stop and hang out with him. There is a wind-up Alpha. I have him with me. As soon as I got him, I knew that my goal in the game would have to be to show him the entire world. So that's what I've been doing. I had Alpha out as my minion for basically exploring the entire world. And then once I'd done that, I swapped to the Starbird, because I got her at the end of Endwalker. Right away, first try, by the way. But once I start... once I start Dawn Trail, he's gonna be my main companion again, because I need to show him the new world. I need to show him all of the new maps. He needs to come with me on adventures. That's very important to me. So yeah. Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage leading to catastrophic structural damage. Stuffed inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversee the civic design of the settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which enabled automatic traversal. Zero personal energy expenditure. I like the way he thinks. But I'm sorry, you're taking the stairs. So sorry. You're taking the stairs. I would have loved if there was another talking zone here. I would have loved if you got, like, an additional dialogue for making him take the stairs. The double alpha following me is my favorite thing in this entire world. This is one of my favorite things that has ever happened in this game. I'm so scared. Guys, I'm so scared. I'm so scared of what's gonna happen. Of what? I don't even know. I'm so scared that I'm scared of a lot of things. I'm scared that they're gonna split up and Alpha is gonna be left alone without his companion and friend. I'm scared that Alpha is gonna decide to, like, run off and leave everyone. Like, I'm scared of a lot of things. I'm scared of them getting hurt. I'm scared of how this is going to utterly break my heart. I'm very worried. Everything ends enjoyed while it lasts. I'm incapable of doing that. I'm constantly worrying about how things are gonna end. I'm constantly worrying about how everything good in my life is gonna go away and disappear. And right now, I'm worried about this little boy. Huh? Are you a traveler? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. Not that we ever went in the end. So here I am, recently returned from Charlian. Except now, things are strained between my sister and I, since she chose to stay, and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work, and she suggested I look somewhere that isn't Avnair. As if I wanted to abandon my home. Ugh, it makes me so angry. Beep. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star satellite, thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is an error. Based on the information made available to Hennish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain in Radzat-Han despite the low probability of survival defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? Or so I'd like to think. The problem is, I understand why my sister feels that way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. And with the way it all turned out, stall as long as possible. I'm running out of inventory space to gather all of the stalls, though. Every time I stall, I'm given another stall. And I only have, like, free space for so much. I can only carry so many stalls. It's starting to become a problem. Oh, hello again! You're the one who came to ask me questions about Khalsal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that unpleasantness. I remember the burning skies and hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty, even now. Khalsal's place was one of them. He had no close relatives to speak of, and I heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Beep. Terrible. Khalsal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying it for new habitation seems an appropriate reallocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption. But of course I'm not against making use of his quarters. That would be wasteful. It is simply that Khalsal was always such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams, suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Seeing the remnants of those vibrant lives packed away in boxes. That's what I mean by terrible. You wanna blame Jesse for the stalls? No, Jesse just complains loudly in chat whenever I stall. He complains loudly. He doesn't give me stalls. Stop stalling. Fuck off! I'm not stalling! I'm literally playing the game! I'm literally doing it! Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after all those beasts were taken care of. You told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vitra gave his speech, and I found out who Varshan really was. It's a shame we won't get to play like we used to, but Mama says that Vitra has been busy putting the city back in order. Maybe I can work for him one day, when I'm a man grown. Vitra. Midgar's offspring, yes? And this child wishes to put himself at the worm's command that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict that the Hanish survivors are those who have ingested Vitra's blood and become his draconic minions. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty, as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. Dragons? I'm not a dragon, and I never ingested anyone's blood either. Ew! You are not a Vitra's horde? So you possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts. What a fear, then. You were frightened? Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped that they wouldn't find me. At least until she told me it was safe to come out. Twigs, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings. I love this voice so much. I'm literally playing the game. You cannot tell me that I'm making so much progress. I'm doing all the things that I'm meant to be doing. Boop. Processing data, evaluating hypothesis against accumulated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time the responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of heart. Perhaps this matter is beyond you is an awful thing to say. Maybe we should continue the questioning. You require more information. Acknowledged. A larger sample size will increase the probability of discovering an underlying pattern. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Kalsel prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Jinabaha of Rivadab Fibers. Acknowledged. Sub-destination set. See, I could teleport there. But I want to enjoy... I want to enjoy the presence of Alpha for as long as I can. I want to enjoy having this boy follow me. I've missed him. And quite frankly, I'm not sure I'm ever gonna get to see him again after this. I have a bad feeling that this is like a wrap-up quest with Alpha and Omega. That this is like the last time we're gonna see them. And quite frankly, that makes me really sad. I'm really scared of that too. I'm really worried about a lot of things. Alpha looks back and forth between Omega and the Hamsa, showing visible concern. You don't have to be worried. You don't have to be worried. Alpha meeting the Hamsa reminds me of Link meeting the goat. I was walking past one of the places that I always walk the other day, and suddenly goats. All of a sudden. Whole goats.
Halt, Twigs. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinkable threat. They will peck my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he would apply that intelligence towards maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility.
Did people say that you couldn't get the hamster as a mount? Because I remember that one quest where you get one and you... you ride one temporarily, and I really want one as a mount. Another missed opportunity, if it doesn't exist. Just saying. How the fuck do I get to that? Where's the jump? Hamster no, dodo yes. Come on, you can definitely make that. Hell yes. Ooh! Oh, come on! I can make it, I can make it. That's easy. To Kugana? I've done the Kugana Tower. I'm not stalling, I'm not stalling! I'm getting a fucking Vista! Shut up! This is important. This is part of my completion of this game journey, and that's really important to me. I want everything to be done, and if everything is gonna be done, then I have to do the Vistas. No! Shit! Okay, that one can wait. Have we done the jumping puzzle in the entrance of Rodson Hall? I didn't know that that was one. No, but I have done the Kugana Tower and the lamppost. It took me 3 tries to get the lamppost, so I've gotten pretty good at the tower. How many do you have? How many different stalls are there? Thank you. Thank you for the weaponsmith stall. It's going in my stall corner. Well, well, look who it is! I must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we've managed to get things back up and running. Jinobaha, I come with questions regarding that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you are similar to Kalsal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation, and you did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him? What? I'm not sure I know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I imagine Kalsal would have been feeling that same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. We are of the same mind, resolved with the same purpose. Yet, your strength of heart, of spirit, was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, then some other unseen factor must be involved. Not to interrupt these philosophical musings, but Do you think I could ask you a small favor? There's a man by the name of Nashvan who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling that he'd benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit, and you should find him just outside, organizing some new inventory items. I'd like to eventually do, like, every jumping puzzle. I think that the jumping puzzles are fun. I like jumping puzzles. A shocking amount of my MGP comes from doing the leap of faith. Well, that ain't good. I'll help you out later. That's all of our orders accounted for, and everything looks to be of good quality. Kamala will be pleased. You were with the Scions! You were there! Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape, and people began changing into beasts. My own son. He was afflicted, and then that huge monstrosity loomed right over him, and... Is that the kid that got stomped on? I remember my heart turning to ice, freezing in place. The satrap came to my aid, but then he, too, was gone. The memories run together in my mind like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrades still ring clear. I repeated them over and over like a mantra as I fled for my life. You must run, for their sake and your own. It all seems so surreal, which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then. The sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery, if not for my old friend Jinabaha. I lost my will to work, and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now, somehow, I live again. I am thankful to him, to the courageous Ahawan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know that their efforts were not in vain. Damn it! You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer to work from Jin Haba should mean little to one without the desire to accept it. Was it some manner of mortal instinct? A primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, and I want to scream my throat raw. The satrap, too, still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat.
Hello.
But something
friend.
changed when Jinaba came to me.
I'm home.
I looked up, and I saw that, even without my son or Ahawan, the world around me continued to turn. And because that fact grieved me so, I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. Now, I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. May the sisters keep you well. Sorrow. The emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet, when I listen to how not one sorrow served to rescue him from near fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections fail to predict our subject's responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Genova and Calsal exhibited different reactions to the dynamics effect. I am no closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much, if not more, than they did before. The hearts of others were ever shrouded in mystery. Boop. Even to you. This matter is more complicated than I initially calculated. If these possessed of hearts cannot fathom the behavior of their own kind, then my lack of understanding is inevitable. My investigations here are exhausted. In lieu of a full conclusion, I will settle for storing this accumulated data for future analysis. Let us progress to the next element of the report, that you may continue my education. He just wants to understand. He just wants to understand. Maji, thank you so much for the 11 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Welcome back home. You arrived just in time. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh no. No! This is one of those moments where you know this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. I'm so scared. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaborations on the dealings between the Ilzabard contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Telophoroi. Why did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? This inconsistency requires closer examination. Twigs, initiate teleportation! I don't wanna. Oh no! Oh, are you okay? He's just tired. He looks so sad. Of your stall. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so worried. Teleportation successful. Evaluating immediately environs. A cold weather region by Aetherius standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha, it is uncontrollable shivering. My frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Welcome back, Zachariah. Oh, well, we're teaching this little robot. This robot is learning what it means to have a heart and soul. And then my favorite little boy, Alpha, is really cold. And it's a little too much for me. Retrieving data. Records indicate that remnants of the contingent force and a number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. We must speak with representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Boop. Proceed. Ugh. Is there somewhere warm we can take him? Is there a warm place that we can heat up the little boy? You can stand by the fire for a moment. I love the way he looks at me. The way... This is what he always does when I meet him out in the wild. He looks at me like that and then he smiles. And it's my favorite thing. Twigs! Come to see how things are progressing, have you? I can't speak for the overall strategy, but communications with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Euless and his soldiers stepped in to help. Oh, we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think that we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. Huh, we have Anima to thank for putting that idea into their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first big step. Quiery. You consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of your efforts falls short of the far short of the ideal. If your aim is to provide efficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. If we're to do this the right way, then we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. So, while it might not be the easiest solution, I agree with the contingent slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Olivia, what the fuck are you doing here? This is spoilers, young lady. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to be here. A shadow from the past. Yes, I know you from Victor's spoils. Have you come to laugh at me? A wretch who chose to lose Licinia and her sister rather than accept your help. The fool who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless. Ugh. Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My compatriots surely scorned my failed conviction. I've shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I'm no better than a kept beast, my pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soul, nay, that you shall not have. I have refused your honeyed offers of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. Beep. You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggest that the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival? Or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? What? Must I be mocked by a magic toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders. I but comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would. Uncompromising, unbending.
Blast it all. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we have heard. I hope you're well, Olivia. I hope you're enjoying your own journey. I hope that you're having a ton of fun. Accessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I have evaluated this most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries in Radzahan. Consistent only in their inconsistency, the responses from both contingent member and Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron considering their predicaments would have echoed in my assessments exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis. The illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Beep. Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet never have I encountered such a unique detriment. It appears those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. An undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Licinia the Imperial mentioned? Oh, we made him sad. Acknowledged. To summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior during the course of our planetary conquest. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about your burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Licinia's burial site. It may aid me in understand. Stand. Boop. Boop. Oh no! Oh no! Get him out of here! Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Beep. Warning. Immediate heating required. Request. Apply friction to outer frame. Get him to the fire. Get him to the fire and hug him. Please. Oh, please. Oh, your Warman's heart suffering the Christmas music in Stormblood? Yeah, you are not dressed appropriately for Stormblood at all. Oh, look at the boy! He's... Boop, beep. Temperature nominal. Energy level stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon your return, I will request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but it should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction will we find Victor's spoils? Beep. Acknowledged. Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity. Close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You are permitted to carry me on your back if you so choose. Yeah? Oh my god. The question is no longer will Twiggy cry. How many times will she cry? I knew it was coming. As soon as I saw Alpha in the quest image, I knew it was coming. I stand no choice. I do not have, like... I have no chance when it comes to that boy. None. I am just immediately gone broken whenever I see him. Beep. A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me, but we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Beep. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating my object of interest. Huh? You're Eorzea's champion, aren't you? Twig's Leaf Hunter. By the way, it's really fucking weird to be going back and doing, like, the level 1 job quest. Because I'm leveling every job right now. It's really weird to do them and them having, like, no idea who I am. It's really weird, like... Don't you know who I am? Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I am Manius, soldier of the First Legion and comrade of Euless. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium. We spoke about collecting ceruleum, and then later again later on, after Lord Quintus had passed. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That must be the tiniest magic weapon Oh, no, it's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? In any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come to pay my respects. Alphino and Alice told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, though they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Now that my fellow soldiers and I are in any place to judge, we were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Ilsebard contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent of causing the deaths of Licinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can deduce 2 reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Twigs and her allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which one of these is correct? Well, when you lay it out like that... I'm afraid my answer isn't like to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourself?
There's the unspoken thought that we are outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. The simple truth is I'm so caught up with simple survival that I have no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging any comrades that I've lost. Be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. Although it seems everyone has an opinion about the manner of his passing, some say he should have fought until the end, that he abandoned us to the enemy. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk their own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I am inclined to side with the latter. He gave us a choice of freedom. That's a choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about the next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind, on making some kind of life for my comrades and me. And if I need to lean on the contingent to do that, that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst our own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matters is that they're outsiders. Besides, I think I could grow to like Alphino and Alice. They reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Summation. Your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with the contingent, was a feeling you already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities was the logic you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt, but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, watchfires to light, supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there's no rest for an imperial. Be well and stay safe. Beep. Upon review of recent inputs, I have arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I have been formulating my assessments on the premise that it was man who commanded the strength of his heart, but the data suggest the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feeling, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control of your own behavior is compromised. It seems a most counterproductive specification. This also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding. My earlier hypothesis is borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I am ready to progress to my third and final query. I would learn more about those referred to as ancients. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor of the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Loperates are creations of the ancients and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, Twigs, preferably before my battery freezes over. Oh, look at it. There's so much to look at here. I know, there's so much to look at. Oh. Oh my god. I wasn't ready for this today. I was not ready. I was only emotionally prepared for Hildibrand. Your teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Bestway's Barrow. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the ancient and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality. I will require external assistance.
Huh? No, it can't be. It is you! Oh, Twigs, I missed you so! What is this you brought with you? This soft, feathery vision? We've been outflowed! Pack up the moon, it's all over! Why bother with burrow building buddies when you can walk around with this adorable alien engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it! Inspect our inventions? Wait, so you're not done with us? Oh, I wasn't truly worried, of course. And I certainly wasn't about to roll myself in dough and dive into Cookingway's new oven. If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I am your lopperate. As the resident atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or inquiry you may care to pose.
Beep. Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked within my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing this simple objective alone.
Fine, then I am taking Alpha with me!
No, come back. Don't leave me. I did want to take Alpha with me everywhere. I want this to be like the rest of the game. I want him to come with me for the entire rest of the game. I never want him to leave me. And this quest is called Goodbye. This quest is literally called Goodbye. Objective complete. Was it helpful? Affirmative. I observed a representative cross-section of the Loperate's engineering capabilities. My guide required more time to confirm the answer to certain questions, but overall we made efficient progress. Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the Ancients' advancements was, at minimum, equivalent to a level 4 civilization. A fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Growing Way informed me that another type of ancients-made entities exist upon the satellite. The one they called the Watcher. I would speak to him. Beep. Then conserve your ether. We will ride this Argos to our destination as you have suggested. We'll be out there next to the cockpot lottery. I think one of the fears that I have is that they wouldn't do this. There's no way they'd do this. There's no way. I refuse to believe this. But I think my biggest fear is that doing this will... like, that you'll no longer have the opportunity to see him out in the wild. That he'll no longer be out exploring and adventuring. I think that's like my biggest fear. There's a motorcycle mount with Alpha Race and sidecar. I very much considered buying that. I have very much considered buying the Alpha motorcycle. I have very much considered it. I'm fine. Boop. Impedance detected. This creature, identified as Argos, refuses to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis. Upon our arrival, Growingway expressed concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. His fluffiness level is impossible to gauge. Argos turns to you with an impassive gaze. It seems you will need to intervene. What if goodbye means he's going on more adventures and will now be in endwalker zones? I hope so! I hope that that's what they're setting up here, because now he's been to all of the most of the endwalker zones. And I think he deserves to go on more adventures. That's why I'm bringing him with me in Dawn Trail, because I want him to see the entire world. Argos, you are the fluffiest of them all. Argos gives an exasperated snort before motioning to his back. It seems you have permission to climb aboard. Boop. You have secured the creature's permission. Curious. Is it your fluffy tail which provides such exemplary standing in the hierarchy? Yes, it is my fluffy tail. That's really funny. It's not often, it really has not been often in this game that they acknowledge my cat girl. Beep. I have allowed myself to become distracted. Let us continue on to the Watcher at once. It's not often that they acknowledge that. Can we eat Argos? He's the goodest of boys. He flies us around on the moon. He's literally the goodest. How dare you? I was bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. A worthy endeavor. But there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancients you met during your travels, Twigs. My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more recent experiences. I can't believe this quest. Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Vana and Emetzelk and Hythloreus. The sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Heidelin, and as such I believed the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your hearts. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar and an editor. A shame. Had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. A man of learning, he was firm friends with Vana. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction at the end of the final days bore down upon us. Yet, of the events surrounding that tragedy, I recall precious little. Heidelin wished for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus, I suspect my recollection was limited by the sign. Yet even she could not cut away that one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly his sadness at what was come to pass. That in becoming Heidelin's heart, Vana could forever stand apart from the people she so loved. If she were so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion, for though his life was strained away by the summoning, he was reborn with new form and new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. And you heard, Twigs. You felt. You thought. And in seizing the future for yourselves has brought you full circle, the saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle. It was but the beacon of hope, passed down from one generation to the next. A succession of wishes and prayers reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I once was, and on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision. Boop, boop. I understand the facts of your story, Twigs, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vana with such fondness? By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emetzelk and his brethren. Query. If the survival of your kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, then should you not also admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial? Forcing you to change or perish, as was the fate of countless civilizations before you. From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of Omicron's ancestors, those who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to their environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us.
And what of Emmett Selk himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with tragic fate. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire stars. During that time, I witnessed his Asian engineers' multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which one of them was most justified in their actions? My worst enemy was a blonde guy with a huge ass. Have you seen my emote? Have you... Worst enemy, best friend, lover transcending the universe.
Hello, friend.
Oh. Margie, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jessie. I really appreciate it. That's very kind. Thank you. I appear to be having an emotional response, yeah? I wouldn't know what that's like. I wouldn't know what that's like. They were all justified in their own way. I think I understand. You seek a definitive answer. Yet based on our experiences, Twigs and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess every situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable. Recording data alongside interview results. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Bleep. Let us return to Thomasine. You said none of them were justified? Why? Did you play the same game as me? Did we play the same game? It was pleasant to hear your tales of Elpis. Should you ever need an audience familiar with the subject, I would be glad to listen to more of your recollections. Even with one's gaze fixed upon the future, we oft-times find our thoughts drifting to the past. 'Tis a shame that Heidelin never chose to speak of it. I was not ready for this to be a whole recap all the tragic events of Endwalker thing. Not a single person prepared me for this.
Y'all just let me walk into this right after Hildibrand. What is wrong with you? You were driving? You have an excuse. Where to start? Fair point, fair point. Vampires? Look, I get it. I am... After I unstream, I'm gonna go watch Sparky Lee's do Omega, and I'm fully anticipating crying. I'm fully anticipating crying over that too. I get it. Ah, there you are. Right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega was properly educational, I hope. We'd planned to ask you all about it and that mystery transition besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has fouled up a job elsewhere, and Jesse needs Wedge and me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us out in the harbor, in fact. Do you think you could escort us over there and talk as we walk? Beep. Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figured you might be. Right, let's get a move on then. So, you cleared up all those points of confusion then? I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. I'm so stressed out when it auto-skips. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I have decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Meteon strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. Well, here's our ship. We need to be going. But first, I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was in that transmission from the flight logs. Beep. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. The recording salvaged from the Ragnarok was a simple one.
The message so basic, in fact, that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Now you're just teasing, and tell us the message already. Acknowledged. Converting dialect coding to local language. To whomever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. To someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you, I say, forge ahead. May all your tomorrows be blessed with joy. Not okay. This message had no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. The concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest that joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet, based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. Still, I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability that I eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I will put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. And continue my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, so will I continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. They keep doing this, Morg. They keep using music very aggressively. It's at the point now. I'm at the point in my life that I keep getting like random songs from Shadowbringers and Endwalker on my random Spotify playlist. And the other day, the Shadowbringers song came on, and I had to sit down. I was out walking my dog, and I had to legit just go sit down because I started crying so much. It's a problem.
already. I wasn't ready for any of this. I'm gonna incredibly happy. I know! I know! I know! I just need a moment. We'll get through this. Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Twigs. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I am confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Charlian and Rodzadhan and would also like to revisit the freezing climates of Garlem. Boop! I neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. Beep. I will reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging ambulant and parting salutation. Farewell, Twigs. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Seems he wants you to have it. Perhaps this is his way of thanking you. Great. Great. Emotional damage. Great, thank you. Swiftly, Alpha! The road is long and we have barely begun our journey. I'm so happy that this is added to New Game Plus. I get to play this whenever I want. The reason I'm happy about that is because it means I can go back and have Alpha following me whenever I want. I can go back and do that quest and I can have Alpha follow me whenever I miss him. Good. I'm glad this isn't the end of my journey with Alpha. Crystal comes, you haven't even seen. Oh, you don't even know. You haven't seen the adventures of Alpha. You don't even know, like, how we met him. I'm not even joking when I say our first quest, when we first meet Alpha and introduce to him, was the first time this game made me, like, ugly cry on stream. It was the first time I was sat here literally sobbing. Was the first time we met Alpha. It was the first time I was just uncontrollably crying. Ugh. That's part of this report, you'd be so worried. I'm so, that's actually just really sweet. I was so scared. You can't call the quest goodbye. You can't call the quest goodbye and then have it be about these two. You can't do that. It's on YouTube. The entire Omega series
that I did. It's all on YouTube. Everything, my entire playthrough of this game, from Heavensward onwards, is all on YouTube. Everything. It's on there. You know what video that would be? Yes. Tell me why this shit is time-stamped. It's literally time-stamped to the moment that made me break more than anything. Jesus Christ. I think it is at least. It's timestamped to something. Enjoy. It's an almost 8-hour long video. It has me crying a lot. Have fun, I guess. Enjoy that, I guess. There's no timestamp. Okay, it's local on my end. Because mine is autoplayed from the moment where... I don't want to spoil it for you guys if you want to go watch the video, but there's a moment when I realize, when I have like, it's towards the end. It broke me. It broke me to the point that every time I go and think about that, it makes me cry again, so I'm just not going to. I'm gonna be strong, I'm not going to, and I'm gonna end. I'm gonna go. You know what? It's time for me to end stream. Boy, look at the time. Look at the time. I gotta go. Wow, what a shame. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I gotta leave. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for joining me on this. It is 3:30. It's 3:30 a.m. That's time for me to go. You know who literally just met Alpha, though? You know who literally just said hi to Alpha for the first time? You can go watch that shit. You can go watch the whole quest line. You can go watch it. He's probably not gonna do the whole thing today. He doesn't stream for that long. Go say hi to Twerk. He just said hi to Alpha for the first time. Amazing. I'm so excited. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we start either the raids or the alliance raids. I don't know. One of them. We'll power through, we'll forge ahead, and we'll do that. One of them tomorrow. So you can be here for that if you want to. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate if you were here for that. And yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you again so much for hanging out. I really, really, really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you for spending your time here. Thank you for watching me cry. That's very kind. It means a lot. Thank you. And I'll be back tomorrow. So have a lovely rest of your night. Have a lovely day tomorrow. I'll see you when I see you. Bye!